up, people? How's it going? Appreciate you for coming in. Appreciate it. How's it going, people? What's going on? Welcome in. I'm doing a live to celebrate, sort of ish, 3,000 watch hours. Appreciate you for coming in. How's it going today? Smurfy, what's going on? Nothing. No, I reached my 3,000 watch hours. I gotta get some I gotta go over some perks and stuff with y'all. I gotta go and make some perks. It's gonna be. Hey RD, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, I'm trying to. I put the application in for it and stuff, so that's good. Appreciate it. And I gotta go over some membership perks. Ellen, what is going on? I want to make some perks with y'all. Probably won't be in this live because of that, but I hit 3,000, Alan. Not much. Not much, Sid Regal. How many more watch hours to what? 4,000? I don't know how much I made last night, but I'm guessing around 440 something. How's it going, Marines, Army Mom? I did hit the 3,000 today. It jumped a bunch of them up, so it gave it to me. And so just trying to chat it up. Appreciate it, Gary. I hit those, and so whoop whoop. Hey Dark Bunny, how's it going? Thank you for coming back in. I'm looking at all of that. So it's not too bad on there, which I already done a couple extra steps ahead of time, so that helped. It just asks you some basic questions. It's partial my front yard, so yeah, appreciate it. What's going on, Isaac? Hey, Matt and Mommy's World. How are y'all doing today? What's going on? No, yeah, no. We ain't been up at the 60s anymore. Round to low 50s. No, I hit 3,000 watch hours. I was just kind of talking and letting everybody know. they're biting like the water's high, and when they get down there, it's not supposed to be going low tide, and they're hitting like super fast, and they're. What's going on, Jimmy? Jimmy, how are you doing? I like both. Just around here, the fresh water in my area, it's gone like way down. How's it going, Thane? How's it going? So it'll probably be if you guys got any ideas for like membership perks and that, just stick it in one of my shorts or thing. Hey, Glenn. Have a nice day, Isaac. Maybe when you come back in next time, you won't be as weird. But thanks, dude. I'm doing all right. I tried fishing yesterday, but they were biting so fast I couldn't even get them on the line. Yeah, I fish. It's just freshwater they got where they don't hit right. There's not as many as around. Everybody that fishes the freshwater area keeps anything from this big and bigger, and they just keep and use and eat everything. I told them that I try to tell them, why are you keeping the little ones when they're not even big enough? Well, I don't have to go to the grocery store. We just yeah. If you wouldn't mind if you do got an idea, like put it in one of my shorts when we're done. That way, so if the idea is there, I can see it and remember it instead of trying to remember and answer that. It's against not nobody, but what am I packing? Nothing. How's it going, LB? Hey, Case, how's it going? How's it going, Powder Puff Princess? Probably not. All right, appreciate it. No, I'm already married. The deer head's permanent. Yeah, Power Puff Princess. But yeah, they eat whatever size and that. So who's? I'm Jay. My name's Jay. I'm in Florida. No, I don't have Instagram. No, that's my wife. Hey, Eve. Hey, John. No, I no, I don't play video games. No. Yeah. Yeah, y'all. Just yeah. I just I play Grand Theft Autos, but I'm not into video game. I'd rather be outside fishing and hunting or whatever. Yeah, I hit so many hours and hit so much subscribers, and after so many, it'll push more. Yeah, I don't mind questions or reading the chat. You ask something, I don't mind answering. Just nothing weird. But no, you guys are good. Got some people in there. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. I fished. I cooked some pot roast, water garden, just fish. Fishy things, how's it going? Great live early, great live. I was coming in, but appreciate it. How's it going, Florence? Yo guys doing all right today? Yeah, I got great news, y'all. I was like, yes! And the person I was on the phone with was like, woo, yeah. We were like there. I was like talking to the person, and I opened it up and I looked. I was like, I hit 3,000 watch hour. Hell, and took off. I took off running. They're like, you sound like you're running. I'm like, I am running. I'm going here to give them some good news. I got inside. I said, sit down. I got some bad news. What's the bad news? And they just sat down, and just like, okay. I'm like, I'm just kidding. I got 3,000 watch hours. I got well above it, but I, so I'm happy. So I get to share it with y'all. I wanted to share it with y'all. I was like, yeah, I hit 3,000. I'm almost at four. I only got like 400 more. I don't know how many I got last night, or I would know pretty close. Yeah. Happy Easter to you, Irish friend. How are you doing today? Uh, y'all check out each other's channels if you guys got one. If you got a smaller channel and you want to shout yourself, or medium channel or whatever, you can type in Bobber, uh, exclamation point, no space, with a Bobber behind it. I hit where I can do super chats. 4,000 watch hours is like getting paid for ads and getting paid for actually doing the videos. So it's kind of finicky in that area. I'm still looking into it, but yeah. And the link is clickable. If like Fishy just popped his up, you can just click that blue link and it'll pop him up, and you can go straight to his channel and sub if you want to. Anybody can do that. That's sort of the reason why there's not a lot of ranches, because people. I put that in there instead of having so many there. Yeah. So it's super chats and all of that. I kind of figured out why people kind of push to super chats or mention them or mention something on the longs of that. They gotta within 60 days they gotta sort of get $100 max. They can go more than 100, but the minimum they can like send to the person is 100. Like a, like if somebody sent me $5 and they only got $5 in 60 days, until it hits $100, the money stays there, or YouTube could use it. Undo your mods. Uh, I mean, there is a way you can like wait till somebody comes in. You can do it that way and just like explain. Or YouTube Studios, go to the settings portion. You can go to community moderators and just go to where it says managing mods, If you don't want a lot of those in there, you can like press just the X. It'll just take it away. I, it's it's nothing really against nobody. Since I've done that, it's not showed a big wall of blue. Everybody sees blue. They're like, it really does. It really has scared a lot of people because I was slowly inching, but when the wrenches kind of just keep the ones you like really trust, like there. I mean, you could have a few extras or what, but like I give here, I give there. It don't matter. But keep it around. I found the magic numbers around 40. Some just found it at 50. Not everybody's going to be in all at one time, and it's kind of helped. They're not so scared to come in. I mean, you still get trolls, but if you keep the good ones, it kind of opens up. Just like this one, that one, there. Like troll come in between them, they got a better chance to kind of calm down or what. Hey, casting card. That's kind of why people do the mention the super chats and stuff. And some don't, some do. Some know it's there, some knows what it is. Some people may not know, hey, that little $ symbol is that. And some are you can adjust, some are set, stuff like that. Which it's nothing against, really, honestly, it's nothing against nobody in there, but it's kind of the super reoccurring ones that like know you like better. It's like no, or you can explain and say, hey, which I don't question nobody. If you like, say somebody done something and or said something, it's got to remain in the community guidelines. If you guys know them or get more familiar with it, sort of, and keep that boundary, they'll let a little slide, but it's kind of iffy to keep that thing there. So, right, yeah, yeah, thing. Me and you sat there for what, 2 hours, and just me and you just had a conversation. Just I've done that with Struggler. I've done that with Karen. I've done that with several of y'all. Alan, Scotty, this one, that one. So, yeah, yeah, just well mannered there. Just say, hey, look, like I don't mind when somebody comes in and was like, hey, God is great. God loves you. Okay, they didn't say nothing to hurt, but if hey, God loves you, God loves you, God loves that's sort of a spamming issue. This is by hey, easy on the religion, no politics. I don't like somebody comes to I love Trump. Somebody likes Kamala or somebody likes this one or that one. It's gonna be like I don't want to bunch of chit chat about that. Just I don't care if you guys chit chat because I'm not gonna see everything. Yeah, yeah. I know some of them only have a very few. I thought it was a locust. Hey, Karen. Some people only have a very few in there to manage the chats, and they so I want enough in there where somebody's not on or whatever or can't be on. I got enough. I mean, I still can click too, but they kind of got there. So, hey, Frosty, how's it going? Yeah, I like this spot. It don't get too much sun. It don't get too much shade. So I'm not relatively like off in a corner with her. What's going on, Scotty? and I personally want to thank every one of y'all for helping with the 3,000 watch hours and more. No, no, like I said, it was hard for me to pick and choose. I know, like, if somebody came on and or whatever, and you can go to them and there, it's not there. I know the ones that kind of get the mod, or like I got a few of them that still like they go off and just do that. I mean, kind of the ones here kind of repetitively stay. It's been more so. It's I didn't want to take no wrenches. It's just the mod wall was there. It's hard to see. You got to after a bit, you kind of realize, hey, do I have too many? Do I really? And I'm like, nah. I was like, nah, I don't know. Then it wasn't going to where I get like one, two people, no new chatters, and it was not. I don't get me wrong. It was everybody was great that I had the blue ranch, but it was like a narrow section of, between. Nobody was coming in really, and since I've done that, it has opened it up. Yeah, fall asleep. Yeah, which is okay. I mean, down there I got relaxing places and stuff. So I have removed some mods. The mods that I got, or a couple of them are like they're the ones that know, hey, only so much of this and so much of that. So they're the ones that kind of personally know the channel. So they've been here since almost day one and day one. Yeah, yeah, they'll think they're being banned or they can't come in and say something. It's like they're not out to target you. They're really not. They're there to just keep me in the community guidelines, that portion of it. Like casting card, you Frosty, you don't have it. They're not specifically like, oh, this dude, and just, they know you, they can get to know you. I've got, I've had several people come in and just chat it up and like, hey, I came in, okay. I was like, I've watched, but I never say nothing. But since some of the wrenches is gone, I'm not so, they said, I'm not so scared. I'm like, okay, come in, chat, I'm literally just, yeah, I know Burkos. I think that's where I met you at, or several chats. Hey, mostly 666. Hey, Felicia. Yeah, it's. I'm not gonna lie. There's some people that's got power that don't like. It's got full power over the like managing mods. I got a managing mod in secret, and I got one that's my wife. So I got one in secret. That's not really secret, but anybody that's got a ranch, he knows or had a ranch or familiar with. Hey, country girl, how's it going? So they're not. See, see, some people's put a bad taste in your mouth. See, I'm a mod in a lot of channels, and I don't get rid of nothing but like the real filthy stuff, or too much religion or politics. YouTube don't want that. I mean, you probably run into somebody that says, "Hey, I don't like this dude. Get him out," because you said something that everybody's going to disagree on something. There's a limit where they gotta. Right. Yeah, it's pretty peaceful here. See, it's like they don't see you're speaking, you're telling them, and they're not like, hey, I got to get him out here because he's speaking his truth. I mean, so well, yeah, on most channels they can. Yeah, they really can. See, that's why I kind of took down some of the mod wall. Like if you had your channel going and stuff, don't not put them on there. They do if you could really trust them or get to know the ones you can literally just stick on there. It's like Karen. Karen's in every chat I go to, been in every chat. She goes to more chats that I know, and she's never done nothing. So she don't tag nobody for just nothing, you know. Um, you know, yeah, you got to have some control. It's like I've been in some chats that only got one person, and that one person don't even care, and they're monetized and they don't know how because they will allow some stuff that's racist, dirty, nasty, you know. No, he's all right. Which I mean, right. Well, yeah. I mean, he's messing with you. See, like you come in, we can sit here and I can read you and you can talk and there, you know. He's not gonna just boot you into you like really rude or whatever, you know. Yeah, I mean to keep it in the guidelines, you know, you gotta have a guide. You gotta have that structure. Some of them don't. I don't know how some of them gets away with some of the stuff, but I mean, a lot of it's not bad, but some of them where the racist stuff is ridiculous. It was going good. Hey, Miss Thunderstruck, how are you doing? Hey, Lee, how's it going? Well, no, they're not really offended. I mean, like you get to know me and you get to know them. You'll be like, oh hell, I can hang with them all day. Which that's how I come to keep my mods. I've known them from other chats and I watched them in other chats. Everybody that had a mod stick was great, but the ones that are blue right now is the ones that I can walk away and chat and they'll keep out everything that I don't want or or just have fun. Hey Nikki, how are you doing? Yeah, I mean, see he could have done it in there, but he didn't. He was more kind of joking, but yeah, he would have booted you. Trust me, he would have if he wanted to. But I don't know what you did at Burkos. Not saying you did anything, but I mean, right? No, no. I mean, the mod. It's Don't poke a bear while it's sleeping. You don't know what the bear, when it wakes up, is going to do. It can like startle and run off, or it can just maul. You don't just overly poke the bear. Right. I mean, you can only poke a bear so much. So, like, if you got a question in there, I don't mind. They don't mind, but it's a point where that's, you know, like, let's talk about fishing. Okay. Guys, got, all right, Frosty, do you got a PB? What's your biggest PB fish? Right. No, no. It's okay. I mean, what's your PB fish? Nice. Is it carp or bass or catfish? Only poke the bear so much. Yeah. Striper? Nice. That's not bad. Where'd you catch him at? Nice. I bet you that was an extra good fight. Where do you fish out of? Right. I mean, you can only see. That's what I'm saying. You can only poke the bear a little bit. How you doing, Mike? Let's see, yeah, but he didn't tag him for the whole time, so he gave him a chance. Oh yeah, probably why he got tagged over there and antagonized the mods. I got some. I'm just trying not to use them all up. Like I like telling the stories. I just try not to use them all up because you can only do so much in a lifetime without repeating or whatever. So right, right, it's understandable. Like the other day, I was hoping I get to show y'all the alligator the other day. There was a 3 footer out there. I seen him twice. And the other day when I got up abruptly and left, I was going to see if I could stand over there and watch the 14 footer with y'all, but I couldn't get him. I couldn't safely stand where I was at because it's like water's edge is like right there, and I didn't want to drop my phone and stuff. Hey Betsy, nice. Yeah, sub up. Yeah, everybody's got a great channel that's on here. So, we don't have any steelhead. We got catfish and all of that. Yeah, yeah. Mommy's got a real good sub channel, y'all. She's pretty eccentric. I mean, upgoing and upbeat. She welcomes everybody, so she's got a pretty awesome channel. So, so I'm. Oh, you're welcome. Like what story? What do you guys out there? Some of them I done told. Some of them are there. So my PB, I got an 8.5 pound bass, a 40 something pound flathead, and like recently. I've caught gaff top catfishes, but they're only like this. But I've caught some about almost 3 foot long. Their max weight is the highest it's ever been. Is about 13 pounds. The one that got away down there, he stripped the hook off the line. So, uh, you guys ever seen a gaff top catfish? The one with the long fins on it and stuff? I got one of them in there in my, well, I got a couple, but I've got blue cat that's like 15 pounds, channel cat that's like 10. I've fished a lot with my brother and my nephew. The funniest thing is, y'all, some of them ain't probably heard, but we was riding out on a boat. I'm riding on a 17-foot uh, V-hull boat with a 115 on it. We cruising. Well, we looked up and there was this guy coming. We just got in the water, fired it up. Guy got into his boat. It's similar to ours, and he had a big 350 Mercury XS on there. And the guy comes speeding. We were moping, we're like really moping. We're like maybe 20 miles an hour. Now you say 20 miles an hour is fast. Pretty is pretty quick. But we're cruising. We're 20 miles an hour, and this guy goes, "Yo," and he goes, and he flicked us off, and he guns it. My brother's like, "What?" He's like, I said, I told him, I said, "Hey nephew," I said, "you need to sit in the center of the boat." Here's why he got in the center of the boat. My brother takes off, y'all. Wait, the guy was like way ahead of us, he's pulling away. We just let the throttle have it. Y'all, we went from 20 to 60 miles an hour in like 1 second. It was like, the boat, when you drive the boat kind of lifts out of the water because the way it does, the only thing that's in the water is the bottom of the prop about that far above it. And it's like the flat thing drop down and the prop, and that's all that's in the water. The whole boat's just out. We hit like 90, just take off. This dude looks over, he's like, and he watches the path. We're like, bye. He's like, we stopped off at the fishing hole. He comes by, he's trying to romp down on it. He hit every bit of max of 40 miles an hour. And come by and slow down. He's like, "What the hell?" He's like, "Why did you flip us off?" He's like, "I flipped you off because my boat's better. My boat's shiny and new." He was talking some other stuff. He was cussing. I just put it in a nice way, just putting it. "I'm the king of this water," is pretty much what he's saying. I'm like, "But, bro, we let you 3 miles back. You just now caught up. We got there. We got to riding there. We got there. I throw him down. I got to looking around. I was like, "Man, this is a nice flathead spot." Me and my nephew got to fishing. I flipped off the front of the boat. He was fishing right past. And we're sitting there. We're catching bluegill like this. Catfish, channel cat, brim, bluegill and stuff. About the time I heard, "Kick the net." My brother on the back, y'all, he kicked the net. He likes to scream at my nephew. He's like, "What's going on?" He's like, "I got a big fish. I don't know what it is." And I'm like, "That's a flathead. I could tell by the way it hit." I was like, "That's a big flathead." His wound up being 15 pounds. He threw it out and reeled in. Brought him up. I got the net. My nephew was trying to, but he couldn't reach out far enough. And we got him up, got him in the boat. He went immediately into the live well. We're like, we ain't gonna take pictures with him until we're on dry land. So we got there fishing some more. I got thrown out, and I happened to look up, and there was a lure in the tree, and I got it was a Cheeto Bandito from Guggen thing with a hook on it, with a little weight. I took off the weight, cut my line off, tried to flip it around. My brother's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm bass fishing." He's like, "Well, how are you bass fishing?" I was like, "The hook and the lure." He's not too into bass fishing. He's like, "I don't think you're gonna catch nothing." I was like flipping around. Well, I said, you mind if I throw down there and reel back? My nephew's like, sure, I'll watch. I was trying to show him how, So he turns, my brother's turn. I threw out when it hit a big 6 pounder hit, missed my line by like that much. I freaked out, y'all. I like to started crying. I tried for like 20 minutes to hit that spot. I could never get him to hit again. He missed it by like that, y'all. Literally, they're like, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. He missed the swipe. I even paused for him to come back. And he's like, what? Yeah. We like, well, let's move. We moved up like 30 yards across the river. The river's like 60 feet wide. It's flowing quick, so we had to power up and drift and tide over. And we got there. We're fishing. It's getting dark. We're catching catfish like that, 3, 4, and 5 pounders just back to back. We got about 30 in the boat in the big flathead. And I got there and I got to sitting there. We're in a spot that we used to camp. I was like, I thought this spot looks familiar. We were just a little down from it there. I was like, well, let's scoot up some. He's like, it's pretty dark. I said, no, let's scoot up a little bit. The catfish might be a little better right here. He's like, all right. So I reached down and tied off to a willow tree in the water. Well, when I tied down on the willow tree, I happened to look up about that far in front of my hands. A little 6-foot alligator was laying on the tree branch. He just skedaddled off in the water. He's like, brother goes, what was that? I'm like, 6-footer. We're sitting there, we're throwing, catching. My nephew's fishing on the side of the boat. He's catching some nice bluegill. I'm fishing way upstream and letting it kind of flow back to so far. Caught a couple nice, another catfish. It got about dark. We looked back and we wasn't paying attention, and there was a log that was laid up there. We were near. It was laying out of the water like that. When we looked back, there was a white alligator on there. He's like, is that what I think it is? I'm like, that's a white alligator. He's like, ain't no damn white alligator. You're messing with me. I went, no. We turned the lights on the boat. And I said, I got my little light out. We turned it and shined it. It was a little white alligator. He had a little bit of patch of green here and there. He didn't have the red eyes. He had brightest greenish yellow eyes. They're not usually there. They usually shine red tonight, but his didn't. I'm like, I've never seen that before. He's like, I've never seen a white alligator. Oh yeah, no, we only kept there. I got a family of 4 at the time. He had a family of 3, so we split. And he lives next to a marine, and the other guy over there, he don't fish. He split some of his with him. I split some with this one. So we got like 10 fish apiece, flayed down. The old man got some brim. The other one wanted catfish, and we split it up. Right, but we caught those. We separated them out. We didn't go fishing for like a couple. It took like a week or 2, but we got down there. We started fishing near the same spot, and we went up. There was some cedar trees. We went into a little nook area. We was sitting there. I kept hearing something hit the top of the water, just her. Like something getting eaten off the top. Ross said, that don't sound like an alligator. He's like, no, the alligator, the only one we've seen so far is over that way. He was a little 6-footer. He was laying in the willow. I was like, no, that sounded like no. I said, that sounded like a catfish or a big bass. Which I said, bass. I was like, okay. My nephew's like, you mind if we bass fish? I'm like, I don't care. I switched over our lines. He was throwing one way and throwing the other way. And I seen something roll the top of the water, kind of like that with its back fin and come around, and it hit. I was like, that wasn't no bass, that was brown. I was like, I only know one brown fish that's clearly identifiable, and that's the flathead. And his tail was pretty wide. I was like, Nah, I've never seen them hit the top of the water much. Very rare. I'm like seeing it swim up, slap top of the water, another spot, swim or hit another spot. I said, I said that's a catfish. I said I'm sitting here watching. I'm trying to flip over there in case it's a bass. This fish. I caught me a nice little 1 pounder and a 2 pounder. Tossed them back. My nephew caught one, and my brother's like fishing for like regular fish. And then they're like, "What's going on?" I was like, "Hey." He's like, "What?" I said, "Get the cat daddy rod." He tossed me the cat daddy rod. I said, "Here." I said, "I'm still bass fishing." I said, "Here." I said, "Set your bluegill rod down." I said, "Here, toss it out." I use the fish with the cat daddy rod. It's from Lou's. It's a real great rod, y'all. I'm not trying to upsell Lou's, but I've used it enough. It's a real good rod. The only thing it is the little screw-on thing loosens up a lot. But we're sitting over there. He threw the cat daddy rod. He had 25-pound that green like tsunami line on there. The tsunami line on there, and we've sitting there. We waiting. We fishing. Caught a couple more fish. There wasn't really nothing by. I think we caught that day was like 10. And that was like a week or two later. We're sitting there. We're waiting. And about the time I seen the tip of the rod go, I was like, "There's something on there." I was like, "Wait, wait." And my nephew's like, "I already got the net." I'm like, "Just wait, wait." And about the time it buried itself, I was like, "Well," and we set the hook. I untied the front of the boat because that's all we did was just tie off the big trees and stuff. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Instead of you fighting him, because we're in like the cypress trees around here got cypress knots. They come out of the ground and stuff, and they're all in the water. I'll let the boat drift." He's like, "What are you doing?" I reach out. I grabbed the cypress knob. I was like, "This area don't really have no cypress knees in it," and all behind us did, which I had to weave in and out a little bit. I held on to the thing. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "He'll man the net." He's like, "No, just quickly tie off because I don't know how big it is. It feels pretty big." So I was like, "All right." So I looped the line, pulled it over, put it on the anchor lead, stood, went over there. He got it up and he's like, "What's going on, Cornelius?" And he got him up and get him over there, y'all. It was a flathead. He had a head that wide on him. He almost broke 30 pounds. Pulled him up. He's every bit of almost three and a half foot long. He went straight to the cooler. Didn't even have no problems. He's like, we all hooping, we all hollering and everything. We woo! Yeah, we just letting the we were in a quiet area. There's somebody fishing way up river, one way down there. We hollering, we hooping. I like to slap him out of the boat and stuff. Girl, chest bumping, big flathead, kind of spot stopped it pretty much. Like, yeah, He's like, "We're not getting no pictures till it's on land." Okay. So we've all having a high old time and everything. And the guys that heard us hooping and hollering, he goes, "What's going on?" My brother's like, "We caught a nice fish. We're celebrating." "Well, you just need to shut up." I said, "Hey, buddy, not in front of my nephew." He's like, "What are you going to do?" I said, "Around and find out. Fiddle around and find out." He's like, "Well, I ain't worried about it. You guys just need to shut up." I'm like, "Bro, we're celebrating a fish with my nephew. It's one of the larger fish he's seen." Y'all, he kept on. I'm like, "Buddy," I'm like, "Seriously." My brother's like, "Hey, dude, you need to drive on," which we unanchored and moved down. He was like, "What around?" I'm like, "Keep fiddling around and find out. Just stay on the boat ramp." And got all there. "What's going on, Daniel?" He might have been. I can't click on him, so. Well, yeah. He could have been one of those, so. And we got up, we moved down the way. We got to fishing. My brother got a phone call. He was chatting to somebody on the back. We got to tossing around the bass rods with my nephew. We wound up seeing like we seen 4 more alligators that day. Caught a couple of nice 3-pound bass, tossed them back. He's like, I want to keep one and eat it. I'm like, I explained to him. I said, hey buddy, not with me. If you're with him and I don't see it, you're good. He goes, why? I was like, well, these or don't get very big in our rivers. Everybody that catches one, some will take pictures and toss back. I said, but some of them see a big enough fish to eat, they'll take it home and eat it. I was like, he's like, is it any good? I'm like, I'm not gonna lie to you. No, it's disgusting. He's like, what does it taste like? A mud fish. He's like, nah. Well, he caught one with my brother. He's like, I didn't like it. My brother's like, oh, he liked it. And my nephew's like, I didn't like it. I'm like, why? He goes, you're right. It does taste like more like muds, you know. The old tree. What's going on, Dirty 30? I'm gonna try to miss nobody. Yeah. Yeah, that was my first live actually, yeah. I was actually sitting right here. First one in was Scotty and Karen. And then Struggler. They chatted for a bit, and Struggler came in for a while. We chatted about food for there. Hey, the fishless fisherman, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, a lot of y'all came in for here. I was sitting in the exact same spot. Shoot, I know me and Struggler sat here for a while, chatted about steak and all kinds of stuff. Welcome in, Cornelius. How are you doing today? Yeah, Nick. Hey, Nick. Everybody, welcome in, Nick. Welcome in yourselves. Oh, so, yeah, Nick, it ain't no problem. How are you guys doing? So, we got there. We caught that one, moved down. He got done talking. We got we turned on our bow lights and our side lights. We put a little extra on there. We coasted down. It's a spot named Mineral Springs. It's on up from the Shamuka, it's on the Escambia River. It turks off of there. It's got a little ultra fresh water stream. You can walk up with the pipe to the pipe. It's piped out from a creek area. It pipes into there and like there. It's a big, super fancy, clean stream. I've literally walked up with a cup, held it on there, and went and walked away. Never boil it, never nothing. It's pure. I'm like, sweet. Still to this day, you can do that. No, we rolled up to that spot. We got there fishing, caught another nice catfish, tossed him back. We had enough. We didn't feel like cleaning too much because it was getting pretty late. Looked out, and they had a street light at the Mineral Springs area. They had 4 deer there, a little rabbit, a possum. The 4 that was doe. We sit there for a bit. We coasted. We were about to coast back down. I said, "Hold up!" I was like, turn the boat and water, to put the brighter light that shines for her. That's kind of a spotlight. He's like, "What?" I was like, "Look." He's like, "What?" A 10-point come out and a big 11-point come out. Walked right out, got a sip of water, come out, looked up, looked there, and we rotated around and we fired at the boat in case we needed to get going. In case the river, we were pretty far up. We are about a mile up the river, and we fired at the motor. We just kind of coasted down. All the lights were shining in the water. My nephew's sitting in the middle of the boat. He leans in. He goes, what are all those red eyes? Which he's only seen the alligator day or night. He didn't really remember. He's like, what are all those red dots on the water? I'm like, red dots? He's like, yeah, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. That one's got four near it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's like you ain't really seen an alligator at night, have you? He's like, no. I said, well, here, look. And I took up a brighter light and I said, here, look, like that. That whole river was like gators. He's like, never mind, you can turn off the light now. And he kind of went from the edge of the boat to the center of the boat. He's like, can we go a little faster? I'm like, no, it's okay. We're safe, I promise. He got shiny. He's like, all right. So we get there. We got almost to the dock. And I watched one go down just on the edge of the bank. He's like, I want to pull on the boat. Okay. I kept all the strings stood out on the little thing. He's like, okay, still got him well lit up. He couldn't go anywhere. I was had the line. Which only thing to do is step off of the water at ankle deep and grab the front of the boat and put him on. Trying to let him, being not really independent, just help. He wanted to help put on the boat. And he's like, dripped it back and I pulled him. He paddled back. I just extended the line. And he paddled over and paddled up to the thing. He's like, well, it's a little tough here. Can you pull me up a little bit so I can paddle? I said, okay. I said, no problem. So I pulled the line a little bit to guide him out of the real strong current. He paddled up, got almost all the way up there. About that time, he looked over in the water. He seen the big green, the two red glowing eyes near the boat. What is that? He's like, what is what? I said, that. It was only a 3-foot alligator. Y'all, he went to center boat. He didn't want no more to do with the paddling up the boat. He's like, you like to gave me a heart attack, Jay. I'm like, I'm sorry. I had to. It was an uncle thing. So he got to laugh and he's like, you like to gave me a heart attack. I'm like, I'm sorry. I apologize. I walked out there, grabbed the boat, pulled it on, anchored it up, and he rolled it out. He's like, you walked in the water? I'm like, yeah, I walked in the water. He's like, there's alligators everywhere. I'm like, there's always water. If it's wet and it's Florida, it's alligators. Just think of it that way. He's like, are you sisters? I'm like, yeah, ask your dad. He got out and he's walked up there. He's like, hey, Dad. He's like, if it's wet and it's Florida, he's like, yeah, it's alligators. It's everywhere. If it has one, if it don't have one, it will. If it had one, it will have one again. If you don't see one, it don't mean there's not like 10 there. Get up on there. We get home. We clean the fish. He's hooping and hollering. We measure the catfish. We let him. He was barely struggling with it to hold it up. He took his pictures. I took some pictures out there. About 2 weeks later, we went to the Quintet part of the Escambia River. We backed off in the water. We riding up. He's like, oh, look at that big turtle. Look at that one, I'm like, I'm like, look at that big 10-footer. What 10-footer? I pointed off the side of the boat. He was about 10 foot away. He's like, oh my God. It's like, I'm like, sorry. He's like, I didn't even see it. I was like, I generally won't. He goes, how do you see him? I was like, you got to spot stuff in the water. He's like, how do you spot stuff ahead of time to let us know, like, hey, there's a stump, hey, there's a log and stuff? I said, well, look at the front of the water, I said, you'll have some that has ripples over it, just like small ripples. You'll see some that the water just looks funny. I said, but some are hard to tell. I said, can you tell me where there's a stump at in the water up there? He's like, no. We slowed down the boat, we come up. I said, look right there. He goes, that's no stump, that's a whole tree. He's like, how did you know it was there? I said, just by a little bitty circle spot was all that was above it. He's like, how do you tell that? I was like, sometimes you can't, and that's why you don't too much speed. He's like, well, how can you tell? I said, well, you spot, and I'll tell you if you're right or you're wrong. He drove 100 yards. I said, I'll give you 100 yards. I said, I'll tell you when to start and stop. I said, okay, start. He didn't say nothing. He goes, I didn't see nothing. He goes, how many things were there? I said, none. I said, I'll give you another 100 yards. He missed 3 logs. He goes, I said, now how did you tell they were there? Well, the water wasn't really smooth. I'm like, what do you mean it's got a ripple, a bubble, or something like that? He's like, well, that's how he got. So that's how he there. Okay, so he was right with his dad with him, My brother's like, I didn't even know some of those there. He goes, you spotted them there, which we had hands in and stuff. I showed him how to do it. Like, you know, but we got to going down. We got this spot we called Duck Blind. We went down went there. Caught a real nice 10-pound uh, blue cat. Got him in. He had something, some like pink stuff here and something like on the back on his neck. Look at him like, nah, I'm not keeping that. It's gross looking. And his tail was kind of red. I was like, nah, he might have something. And I threw him back. My brother's like, why'd you do that? I was like, he's like, oh, hey, that's fine. Got there, sitting there. My brother was in a nice 5-pound flathead. He's like, we kept him for a bit and we decided to throw him back, which we wound up catching a bigger one than that. We're sitting there catching some bluegill and stuff. And I hear my brother and them in the back. I told him, I said, I'll go fishing, but I don't want to be the one that's only catching, and I want to just relax because I'm hanging out with y'all. What you did? And I kept hearing, he don't really catch nothing no more. He ain't got no luck. He can't fish. It's them all day banter. And I sit there, I was like, okay. Got about the end of the day, I listened to it all day. I said, what are you doing tomorrow? Nothing. I said, what are you doing tomorrow? Which he didn't have, he was out of school. Nothing. I said, let's go fishing tomorrow. He goes, all right, sounds good to me. We got there. I got to the river. Got about 15 minutes in. He's not going to catch nothing today. If he does, it'll only be a very few. Okay. Which I told my wife, I said, they're over shit talking, She said, really? She knows I fish real there. Back when I really was into it. I sit down, I'm relaxed. I'm like, I'm fishing. I'm not barely putting any worm on there or nothing. And I'm relaxed. I'm sitting on the boat. I'm talking to him. He's like, well, if you were fishing at a spot or we were hunting here, what would you look for? He asked some questions all the time, which did bother me. So there I said, all right. I said, let's ride it down here. I said, we ain't really catching nothing. He didn't catch nothing either. Sitting here, it was 15 minutes in, and we moved. Got to a spot I know really familiar with. I was got in there, I was like, I got me. So I was like, I got my worms, my nephew there. I was like, can you bring me a drink? I drank my drink. My brother brings in like a little 2-pound catfish, throws him back. My nephew brings in a fish. I got my rod like half sitting there, not really no worm on it. He's like, he gonna catch it today. He's just too busy goofing off. I text my wife, I was like, it's go time. She's like, what? I was like, I'm fixing to bring them in. I said, we're probably gonna have a lot of fish to clean. Okay, ding ding ding. Oh, he's on his phone. Okay. She's like, well, what's going on? I'm fixing to start catching. Okay, I'll talk to you later. All right, bye. All right. We got there, picked up the rod, reached down, tossed a little bit of worm off there. And like looked around, I was like, he's like, oh, it threw out a little further this time. I'm hearing just trash talking in the back. Wham! One, keeper. I had my foot where to lift up the live well, dropped in the live well. Threw up, boom, live well, boom. I just eat them up, boom. My brother's up there like, what the hell? So he brings out him another rod, starts fishing. He taps him. He's like, he's fishing today. He's like, I ain't gonna catch too much. We got him. Let's race him and see what we got. Channel cat, brim, bluegill, just back to back, y'all. Here and there. I throwed a lot of them back. Got to fishing some more. He's like, well, how let's move out to this spot. I said, all right, we'll went up around the corner. He's like, we'll get him at this spot. We will. Which I done put 15 fish in the boat and throw back 15 more. You know, balance ratio. So he, about the time we start backing out, I had my 9mm on the side. I started backing out and a big gator startled me. I was like, not to shoot it. I was like, it startled me. I was like, what the hell, you know, like reflex. Because in the woods, you know, I'm like, reflex. I'm like, they're like, holy shit, it's a big alligator. I was like, I'm like, dang it, slow down, you know. He's like, he's like, what? So we got out, we drove around the corner. He's like, we'll put him in a spot that he don't have much room to throw. Okay, now I'm mind you not, I'm only 14 feet away the whole 17-foot boat. Yeah, back there, you know, I'm throwing another fish in the boat, one back, one other one, 3 or 4 in the boat, you know. I put in 42 fish in the boat. They put in 13. They couldn't catch shit. And that's not including all the ones that threw back. I was just bringing in, keeping, you know, releasing some. Decent size, it didn't matter. Just, you know, keeping the ratio. Got back on the land, got to right in there. He's like, got over there, got back, we started cleaning. He's like, I know not to trash talk you anymore. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, I know you probably were listening. I was like, yeah, I was listening. My nephew was like, you can fish. I was like, buddy, I said, I told you I came to hang out with you and your dad, not to fish. I fished, but I didn't really fish, you know. Sort of what I kind of do that on live too. I mean, some days I'll hit and miss, but I'll miss them too. It don't bother me. I can go back again. He's like, really? I was like, I told you I fish, buddy. I said, I'm not going to lie to you. My brother goes, yeah, he used to be like that all the time. Really? And my wife tried to race me with 4 people on her side. It was her and like 4, my son and like my 3 nieces. My nephew might have been there. I don't remember. And they all fish. They all huddle up. They all throw on the rods. You know, I'm one person. I'm off over there. I'm like, really? I'm like, you know, they're like, I'm like 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish. They're like, well, we want to go do this spot. It was like 15 fish in. They're like, we're only a few people. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you challenge the king. You're gonna get burned, you know. Oh yeah, right. 15 fish. They're like, well, let's go do a new spot. I think you just got the spot for the sides over there. So we moved to new spot. Boom. All right, you want to race? We'll race, you know. I didn't keep any. I tossed about 15 more, a little more than that. I was like, you know, I'm like rolling this, throwing them back, you know, just I'm fishing different spots, not to be, you know, cases the same fish. It was all different types of fish. It's like, that's not funny. Let's move to another spot. You seem to know this area too well. Okay. I said, I'll give you 15 minutes head start. They caught 1. I caught like 30 more. They're like, let's just go home. I was like, I'll tell you what, I'll fish on the bad side of this spot and you fish on the good side. They only caught 1. I caught the rest. I'm like, let's just go home. I'm like, what? Oh, well, I can't believe you were there. They're like, you were fishing. I was like, fishing what? With the ones we were fishing with. Yeah. Like, how am I fishing different to you when I'm the one that tied the poles and gave you the same worms I'm using? Well, I'm not to race you. My niece and them, they wasn't too happy that day. I'm not going fishing with you no more. They did. They growed up some, and my other nieces and nephew. Anytime we had a birthday party, I always brought a fishing rod because we always went where there's water. My nephew was the biggest one. He was like, "You got your rod?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got my rod. I always got my rod." "You got extras?" "Yeah, I got extras." "Why?" "To fish with." "Come on, Jay. You can give them, give me some fish. Give me one of those fishing rods." I'm like, "Yeah, I tied you one. Here you go." And I look back, I got three other nieces behind me. "Where's ours?" "I guess here. One." "No." I'm like, "You're too small. I'll throw it out and you can reel it in if we catch one." Fish like that. My wife come over there snapping pictures. My son's like, "You didn't even give me a rod." I'm like, "You don't fish. You don't fish freshwater." He didn't really fish at the time anyways. I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Well, give him a rod." I gave him his rod and stuff. We're sitting there having some fun. We caught like one or two fish. Nothing was really biting. We were in a heavily fished spot. We went down to another spot. They played on the playgrounds and stuff. And I told them, I said, "Shh." I bought my nephew. I was like, "Shh." Yeah, I did. That like, "I ain't racing you." So we got over there. We got over to a spot. And I'm like, "Shh. We'll go over here and get the rod. We'll sneak down in the water." He's like, "Okay." Sorry, y'all. It's a skeeter. He done got me up near the hat. We get up and go there. "How's it going, Zyro?" We get to go. We get to go into the water. And I look back and I had another trail behind me. My daughters were behind me. My nieces were behind me. My nephew was already with me. There come my wife. "Oh, what are you doing?" "Going fishing." "Where's our rods?" "What do you mean, where's our rods?" I said, "I bought enough for me and him. You guys were playing." "Really?" So I had to turn around and walk them all back and get all the rest of the rods out of there. I knew they'd do it. They like all playing, having fun, partying, eating cake and drinking a drink and eating. And I go, I didn't even say nothing. I was like, "I got to go to the bathroom." He's like, "I got to go too." I was like, we went to separate, I had porta potties. I was like, "You stay in there, you talk, we'll talk back and forth so I know you're in there. So nobody's messing with you. So we got out and went over there. It's like, shh. And we just act like we wasn't doing that. And we slowly crept away to the truck. Got over, we fished for a bit. We wound up having to fish with everybody. Who gets lost in story time? Yeah, I do. How's it going, Skeeter? What's going on, Randall? Appreciate you for coming in. Appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. So we get down there. We did catch up. It was kind of flooded. We were down there on a dock, y'all. The water was dark. It was almost black. Got kind of if y'all don't like super dark water, because I can see down so far. But she's like, "Why do you get kind of jumpy around dark water?" I'm like, "You ever seen the movie Lake Plastic?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Look around, very careful." She's like, "Man, it might be an alligator here." She backs up a little bit. I'm sitting there. I'm like, "Yeah, I feel." You ever seen that gator that's and grab somebody? She okay. We didn't catch nothing. We came back to the spot and fished. Didn't catch nothing. Which a lot of people go down there and fish over and over all day long. But me and my brother was. I do long hair. He was doing it with me at the time. We was down there. Guy called us. He was like, "I want you to maintain my property." I'm like, "Okay." I was like, "Hey," he goes, "How much you charge?" I was like, $10 an hour, which is back then it was kind of expensive. Well, not really expensive, but at the time, $10 an hour, 5 hour, $50, and all of that, and plus gas and whatever. We got down there, and the guy had a 2 acre 2 acre lot, and then he had a spot with another spot that had 3 acres to adjacent to a lake with a dock and stuff. I was like, "Can you fish that?" I'm like, "Yo, can I fish that?" He's like, "Yeah, but my mind the gator that hangs out down there." Sure, I don't care. He's like, "I tell you what, maintain my yard, $10 an hour. Don't work too fast, don't work too slow. Right speed." So we made about $100 a day. He was like, "No, you're working too fast. Slow down. Come here, chat. Play mowed and trimmed and pulled weeds. Laid mulch, trimmed trees. Just repeat. He goes, "You want to wash my boat?" I'm like, "Wash your boat?" He's like, "Yeah, wash my boat." Uh, no problem. Got out there, washed his boat, and his little dog was near the water. I looked back. I was like, he told me to tell him if his dog that got close to the water, come and get him. He's the only one that can call the dog him or his wife. I tried to call the dog act like didn't listen. So I run up 3 flights of stairs. It's like a big steep hill. It's like that. Then it's 3 flights of stairs. Then it's his back door. I run all the way up it, hammered on the door. I knocked on the door, open. I said, "Hey, you need to call your dog. The alligator's there." This is 10-foot alligator at the time. I was like, "Hey, man." He goes, and then the dog come running. He's like, "Where's the alligator?" He's like, "Right there." He's like, "All right." And don't mind me. And he walks out there, and I hear the window open. He's like, "Where was he at again?" I'm down there near the water, near the boat. He's like, "Where's he at again?" I was like, "He's over in that area." I didn't know what he was fixing to do. He's like, "Okay, never mind. I see it." I heard, he didn't shoot the alligator. He shot over the top of that damn thing. The big goddamn 30-06. I looked back and I was like, "The hell was that?" I'm being shot at. I dove in the bottom of the boat. I went down. Our brother, he dove off in the water. He's holding on the side of the pond like, somebody's shooting at our ass. He's like, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just scared the alligator off like that." He's like, and I'm like, "Oh shit, I forgot to put my silencer on." I'm like, "Damn, dude." I'm like, "You could have gave me a warning." He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." So we get out there, we mess it around, come back about a week later, mow and doing that. And got to talking to his neighbor. And he used to be an underwater welder in the Marine Corps and stuff. He'd done all the underwater welding and boxing and all of that. So the old man walks out the end of his dock. He was next door. I was washing the man's boat again. He had some green stuff on. He's like, "Well, wash my boat again. I'll give you some more." "Well, I'm over washing the boat. We all do there." I look over, the old man standing in the dock rubbing his neck. He's had some shorts on. I'm like, "What's going on?" He's like, "How you doing?" And falls off into the water. But what he does when he has to trick himself, he says, "If you ever see me fall off the water, I had to trick myself." He goes, and he falls off in the water like he had a heart attack. It's going to surprise himself. He'll dive down. He said it's just something he's always had to do. He just can't jump. So he pots back up. "Have a good day." He dove down, disappeared. So I looked at him and watched him like 30 seconds, 1 minute. This dude's, it was like 5 minutes. I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, this man's almost at 8 minutes. I'm like, this man I went up there. I told my brother, I said, "Go up there." I said, "You need to go up there and say that man had a heart attack or something. He fell off in the water. He popped up and said, I think he went down and wound up drowning or something." He come out. He's like, "Nah, he's good." He's like, he's trained himself to stay up, eat the water for like 12 minutes or longer. I'm still watching him watch. I'm like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "Yeah, just watch out the center of the water. You'll see him pop up way out there." He got about the 12-minute mark. This dude was like 3/4 of a mile out on the water. He popped up. He's like, I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I still free dive, and I walk across the bottom. And I hold my breath for about 12 minutes. He got his watch on and stuff because got about 12-minute mark. I don't push it any longer. He goes, I don't feel like I'm going to pass out or nothing. But I come up and breathe and calm down and drop back down and walk back. I'm like, what the I'm like, bro, I gotta have your autograph. I literally did. He was like, what? I was like, can you sign this? He's like, I'm like, no, I'm serious. I want your name and stuff. He wrote down his name, and there you go. I was like, I still with it. I wound up misplacing it though. He's like, I've seen him out there a couple more times. The guy goes, I work for. He's like, well, I want to hire my son for a little bit. I'm like, okay, fine. It's, family. He's like, well, no, I want to tell you the truth. He goes, I am hiring on my son. I'm like, what's wrong? He goes, you don't charge me enough. I'm like, we agreed on the price. He goes, yeah, but you guys done so much great work. He goes, I'm going to have to fire you. I'm like, why am I getting fired if I'm doing too good of a work? He goes, yeah, you're not charging me enough. I was like, I could charge you more. He said, nah, I'm going to hire my son. He goes, I'll keep your number, though. I'm like, what the hell? He's like, what? I'm like, you just fired me because I was doing a great job and I wasn't charging enough. He goes, yeah, you were making $100 a day a piece, or sometimes more, like 300 or something like that. Just varies. He goes, no, I want like $600, $700, $800 prices. He goes, I didn't know you was going to be done. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, bro, I'm not going to do that. He's like, no, but you wound up calling us back in about a week. He's like, I need you to come and mow. I was like, okay, $800. He's like, nah, I don't know your price. So I'll give you $3 to clean up everything. His son wound up getting in an accident and not having a chance to, not getting a chance to do much work. And he got in an accident, so he had to recover and stuff. So I done the yard and want it there. Yeah, Mayo's not too bad. Hey, Shannon. Yeah, it's good to see you, Shannon. Might have to call you the new bluegill keeper. I seen that carp you caught. That was a real nice carp. So the moral of the story, I didn't ever talk to the guy no more. His son wound up getting better, and they wound up having the road closed down and stuff like that. He still, I see him every now and then. Oh, ain't no problem, Shannon. So we fished at his place a couple times. We fished out there. We didn't catch up but a few bluegill. There was a restaurant, a seafood restaurant that was off the Bay Area that he wrapped around to. It was a big lake led in the Bay Area. The fish, the place I told you about my nephew there. They used to feed a big 11-foot alligator, hush puppies and fish fillets and stuff off the top of the off the side of the restaurant, and somebody wound up. They're feeding the alligator. The guy goes, this alligator came up. He was abandoned. The mama was swimming around. He didn't ever leave. He stayed for them like that big. And, he fed him on fish scraps. It was the only one that stayed, which he wasn't trying to feed. He just washed it and tried to, he grew him up to at least 11 and a half foot before they finally removed him. He goes, this alligator's been at my restaurant as long as my restaurant has been here. He goes, I opened it, I got here, found him, and there he goes, they had a name for the alligator. The alligator didn't approach nobody or nothing. Somebody happened to see it getting fed, and they whined about it. The FWC come out and removed it. You know what the bad part about it is? They wound up killing it. The alligator wasn't aggressive, didn't approach. He just approached enough to get food, and that was it. Didn't go to no boats. Everybody fished all around. He was well fed enough that he was, you know, he was pretty much the restaurant pet, and they wound up killing him. You know, the man goes, "The hell would y'all shut down this restaurant?" He goes, "I'm moving states." He did shut it down and left. He's like, "Have a good day." The lady's like, "You're really gonna do that?" He's like, he told the FWC to, you know, where to stick it and left. He's like, "You really shutting down?" He's like, "Yep, I'm done." Restaurant there. I don't know if they ever opened up anything else there. I ain't been out that way in a long time. Could I get a little bit of tea? So, I seriously, y'all, I want to take y'all to see some alligators. I know some of y'all have seen them, and I want to show y'all some. If I'm not mistaken, you've been there with me too at the big. Yeah, she's been there too at the big pond. I want to go and see if they'll allow me back at that one pond. I want to take y'all there. I won't really be able to do a live, or she'll have to hold the phone. It's only got a ledge before 40 feet, and you can only got so much room to stand and throw out. There's literally goldfish in there as long as my arm. There's bass in there over that long. There's some on there that big around, as big as a dinner plate. They just swim around and eat bluegill. I tried to catch several of them. I'll get them up. What you ain't got no way to get too close to the water, because it's like literally the width you need to stand slopes down and 40 feet straight down. In one slip, you're already in the water. You're freaking out because you slipped and you done hit your back or something. Yeah, I want to go over there. I really do want to show y'all. All six and have his ass, boy. That's a no bueno. Yeah, and what just happened right there? There's restaurant names that'll do that. It'll do just like that. It'll be Taco Bell. I've seen Burger King. I've seen all kinds there. Yeah. Yeah, hey, uh, put him in permanent. See if you can't get him in permanent uh, timed out. Yeah, I did too. I was like, what the? That's not condoned on this channel by no means. Yeah, me too. That's good. Thank God. Uh, absolutely make sure to. Randall didn't stay long. I'm sorry, y'all. If I missed anybody, I apologize. But oh yeah, y'all, I cooked that. That pot roast was good, but I like to kill me this morning. Well, not that the corn did. That's good. Don't come and chat like that. Don't do that. Get you a beer. How's it going, fat cat? Hey, try looking up and seeing if you can find the Emerson ink, the sublimation Emerson brand ink for your printer. See if that helps. I know you've been using that, but it, I wonder if it's mixing or something. I wonder if something like I wonder if it's like going bad and it's not letting you know or whatever. Yeah, Jay's driving. Yeah, I don't drink. I'll drive. I'll drive you. Okay, yeah. That's why it changed colors on you. Fat Cat's got pink merch if you guys like pink. Fat Cat's got limited edition merch. Yep, somebody walked the plank or got munched. Well, we call it munched on my channel. But yeah, he came in trying to say a provocative word, a really racist word. Not on my channel. uh, I'll tell you guys that one day. Yeah. Hey, bring me my magnet. I want to show them the magnet. Yeah, limited edition. Okay, that could be a thing. Somebody might not like orange, like pink and blue. I know a guy that has used to have a stump grinding company. He he was down there. He had a pink and blue truck. He's like, "Hey, brought a store with me." I said, "No, I'll just drive my own truck." He's like, "No, I got plenty. I got plenty of diesel. I don't care. I'll buy you whatever." I'm like, "I'm good." He's like, "What?" I'm like, I'm good." He's like, "No, you can drive them. I'll drive my truck or my car." No, I'll drive. I'm like, "Bro, I am not riding in a hot pink truck. Not being two dudes. I don't think so. Not me looking this good and you looking at all. No, I don't think so." And he is kind of an off the wall guy too. He's not quite right, but I mean, if it would have been a pink car with a woman or something, but no. My uncles and them used to do that. We were up in there. We were getting some wood from Home Depot back when you can go across the aisles and reach over there. My uncles and them have a bad problem with goosing each other, like on the back of the thigh and go, woo! Well, my uncle, he's kind of like me. He's kind of serious. He jokes, but you don't get anywhere near his ass or the back of his legs. That's only a woman spotting him, you know. He was laying down. He goes, "Get me some of that lumber out of the back." So he slid the lumber out of the back. About the time my other uncle reached down and went, woo woo! And he goosed him, y'all. This man, my uncle dove out of the wood stack all the way over to the other side and made two old people run. They were coming by. We could hear them coming on the walker, you know, just there. You know, they damn near left their walkers. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm laughing. I'm on the floor. I don't know, went to laugh asthma. Got up and calmed down. I'm like, what are you doing? He gets out. I'm right there. What the hell is going on? Who did that? My uncle's over laughing on the floor. He stopped laughing. My other uncle, he reaches down and grabs him, y'all. He picks him up. He's like, "Bro, don't do that no more." He's like, ah. He's like, "Oh, I like you too, bro." And gave him a hug. He's like, "All right, that." He's like, "Just reference, not like that." And huh, you bring one or both. Yeah, that's the thing. It says munch munch. It's got a troll, uh, a corn fighting a troll. Probably. Yeah. 6 pack, 8 pack, 10 pack. No, he got out there. We got the boy loaded up, got it the next day. We roaming around. We went out to a place called Nichols Lake. We were all swimming. That's the place I got yeeted in the air. One of the reasons why I don't like going in over deep water. So we out there messing around. We get back. My uncle and him was working on my other uncle's truck. He was like tuning up the carburetor and stuff. Well, my uncle remembers he got goosed by the uncle that's in the truck. The other one's already thinking of a prank. We over at clabbing with it. He's over there. He's got 2 sheets of um hot toddy in him. It's kind of cool outside. It's not cold. It was hot as hell. He was drinking hot toddy. He got about 2 sheets in the air. He's working. He's hanging out. And about the time my uncle walked over there, he raced and tried the truck and hit the horn. Y'all, he hit the hood so hard the hood closed on him a little bit. He like didn't fully pit him. He's like, if the hood shuts, if it pushes him down, he's got a spot where he can just climb out. He kept something there. My uncle come out rubbing his forehead, rubbing his head and stuff. He said, "What the hell was that for?" He's like, "That's for goosing me." So he's sitting there, he's roaming around, he's having some high old time. Now, like I said, me and my other uncle's already plotting something. One's already 2 sheets in the wind. When I say a glass of hot toddy, it's like that. And it was on, toddy. It was Jack and a little bit of Coke. When I say Coke, it was like, whoop, that was too much. He's undrunk there. The dog just running around. He's got 3 acres he's running on. Keep him in the yard from eating too many coyotes. His dog was German Shepherd and Wolf with a slight bit of coyote, just a little bit, but it was more wolf. He go around, he killed the coyotes and stuff, foxes and stuff like that. And he walks over to the dog. He puts him in the shade. He's like, "Why you putting the dog up?" He's like, "Oh, I've heard something down there." He's like, "Oh, okay, it's fine." He kicked him in there so he wouldn't break the thing. He undone the dog's collar. So ups I caught. They worked earlier. Are you serious? No, it's fucked in. So he got the dog's shot collar off. He got the dog shot collar, and he took it off. My uncle was sitting there. He started working. He wasn't paying attention. No, hand me a tool. It's okay. He's handing the tools and stuff. He's like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "Yeah, sweet tea." And he's like, "What's going on?" We're handing him tools. He's hollering for it. And my uncle quickly sets the thing down. He's like, "Oh, man." And he sets the thing down. He's like, "What the hell?" He's like, "Oh, Skeeter." He showed him the Skeeter. He made sure he killed a couple. And he's like, "Oh, he has some on your neck." He's like, "Okay." Now, mind you not, my uncle's done disappeared. I'm sitting there. I'm talking to my uncle. He comes back up. He reaches over here. He got it. He's feeling him when he's like, "Man, here, let me cover you up." And he put one of his bandanas around on his neck. And when he did, he clipped it. He clipped the collar closed. And my uncle disappeared. Went over there, sat down. We sitting out there. He's like, I'm sitting back. I'm trying not to laugh already because I know it's fixing to go down. So my uncle goes in there and gets the dog. He's found another dog collar that they supposed to be lost, but he purposely hid it for pranks like this for the other ones so they can't do it to him while he's sleeping. One for one dog, puts the dog up. So goes in there. My uncle's sitting there working on the truck. He's doing good. And here, and they're like, "What's going on?" He's like, "I hear a beeping. Somebody blowing the horn." About the time y'all, he goes, "Oh," and when he reached up, it done zapped him. Michael's like, "Ha ha ha," and he reaches over. He's already within limit of because he's only like 10 feet away from the fence, and he only turned it up a little bit. He's like, "Ha ha." He's like, Michael's trying to struggle. He's trying to get it off, y'all. He's got about the time he gets a clip, Michael reaches over and he turns it all the way up to 12. Michael took off to get away from it. He's still trying to fight it. He couldn't even go nowhere in his yard. He tried to run all the way to the back. He tried to run all the way all over the place. And and he get over there. He's running around the yard. Finally gets it clipped off. So it's on the ground. It's buzzing on the ground. He's like, "Man, that hurt a little bit, it only zaps you and it beats more than in there. You get to run around." I'm laughing. I'm not laughing on the ground. My other uncle's sitting there. He's on fell asleep. One of them, the one that's handing him tools and overwatching everything. He falls asleep, and the guy that already got shot. He's done. Said, "All right, you done blew the horn on me." So he snuck him over there and went, and he laid it on his thigh. About the time he dropped it here, deep like that, he done got zapped. It flipped out the chair. It took off. He didn't clip it or not. He's like, "What the hell?" He goes, "That's for my sore head." It was just a blast out there. Really? Oh no, I done it for. I still have to use my light, but I done it so I kind of keep an area where I can see because it might have too long. Crunch got the punch. She don't run off of my shoes. Nah. How's it going, Jason? We swam out there. No, I was only about 3 foot at the time, around 7 or so. I swam a lot, but we was sitting there. My uncles dived down in the water, swam past. Well, my tallest uncle at the time, he was 6'3", barely even 17. He had he grew to about almost 7 foot. And one day I was sitting there swimming. I was cruising along in the current and all that. About the time I went down, y'all, straight to the bottom. Straight to the bottom was 13 foot, almost 13 foot down. He dove down, which he kept me up not too there. And by the time he knelt, when he did, I went launching out of the water. So Jay don't go over that deep anymore. Nope. I went 14 feet in the air and it's like, flapping, I tucked and I know to dive bomb the water. Yeah, they all track the fish. Frenchie! Oh, no, you're good. No, yeah, they track the fish pretty good. Green lights work best. I used to fish on a 3 mile bridge before they shut it down. And we was fishing out there. I watched one guy bring in a 4 foot alligator gar, and the guy didn't want to return the alligator gar. The FWC, the Florida Fish and Wildlife, they were on the dock. It was like, we kind of maintain, this is your limit, this is what you catch, this is what you can't. It's got a big sign up, and they already started protecting the alligator gar, and the guy didn't want to give him up. He's like, "I'm going to take you to jail." "I don't care. I'm still keeping it." And he goes, "No, you're not. They're protected now." They wound up having to take him to jail. The man was not giving up his fish. He's like, got it on unhooked. He's showing off, hooping and hollering and all of that and stuff. So, oh yeah, I just done it more for the panther that roams around here. I can like got more of a ambiance, keep them or bait at least. No, we sitting out there. They wanted taking him to jail. They on it and got him off the dock and threw him back. We caught a couple cell cat, hardhead, uh, caught a couple whitings, um, nice speckled sea trout, uh, several more whiting. Somebody else down the thing caught a big nice uh, mahi. Yeah, mahi. A couple of them caught a nice shark. We were using cigar minnows and stuff. But what I was doing is the fish that wasn't too big, there was a hole in the bridge like that that had a light near it. I was sitting there, I was watching through the hole, having a line with a tip right there. So I know if anything pulled the line, I just reel up. I was looking through the hole. You wouldn't believe the crab that was out there on that bridge. The green light, the white light mix is more green to the water. Our waters are an emerald green. They're real pretty. And I was watching through the hole. Oh, there was crab galore. I'm watching through the hole. Big, nice whiting come up. And I'm watching through the hole. And they gets there. I reel him up, get him all the way up. Rub me a couple through the hole. I kept watching through the hole. They're like, what are you doing? I'm laying on the bridge, y'all. I'm already scared of heights, so as long as I couldn't see down and over into the water, I just looked at the water and kind of not thought about it. I was fishing through the hole. I watched several dolphins swim through that spot. I watched a real nice red snapper come by. It was in season. I tried everything to catch him. I even stood up and threw over the side to it to try to get. He'd come for it, but he would never bite. We watched around some more. We tried to catch a couple nice mahi. Try to catch some stuff, you know. We'd only catch so much. People's hogging the lakes. We went back a couple more times. Caught similar to the same fish. Hey, Daly, how's it going? What's going on, stage creator? Welcome back in, y'all. If you guys are new here, appreciate it. Appreciate it. No, we got over. We fished there. We we got done there. We wound up going to the beach. It wasn't too far. We wound up going there the next day, catching several real nice cell cat, hardhead. See, the hardhead, I ain't caught one as big as I have caught at the beach. We tried to fish for pompano down there. They've caught the pompano. I've caught the hardhead and stuff. Uh, it's all right. A lot of people around anymore. It's pretty warm out. I think we're sitting about 70 now. What's going on, Flames? Welcome in, Flames. Flames in the house. What'd you get, MVP? More crappie lures? 73. I suppose. How are you doing tonight? What did you get? What did you get? Hey, Billy Tubby. How's it going? The people that are new here, if you wouldn't mind leaving some ideas for perks and stuff in one of my shorts, I'll look through them and go through them and stuff. At the body shop, yeah, doing something on Holly. No, no, just out here. There. Yeah, if you're new here, in all the people on here got really great channels. Congratulations, MVP. Heck yeah. Turner to Moon. Hey, how's it going, Tori? Hey, Gary. How's it going, Frank? What? No way. I've had that happen, Lee. That's not fun. Yeah, I've been out here for a little, almost 2 hours. Nice. I was going to, but I was there. Oh, yeah, they in trouble now. MVP's been hooked up. He's got the juice. But yeah, we went out there and fished on there. We fished a couple places. I wanna. I wish they wouldn't have closed down the place we call 399. That was a real good place. We swam there, watched. Went there on nights that would be the full moon, the best fishing there. Caught some shark. We caught a couple hardhead, some sheephead, whiting, striper there, but it got really shallow at night. We caught shrimp there. We used live bait to Manhattan and stuff. But at night we were sitting out there one day. We heard a big sploosh, and another big sploosh, and a semi sploosh, but a splat sound. And we're like, I was like, we all stopped. We're like, we howled, and we're like, did y'all hear that? We could still hear a little bit of on us, and you could tell it was slapping in the water, but the sand. And we're like, what the hell is that? I'm like, is it a shark on land or there? But what had happened, it was a dolphin. It, it, some of them, it had a sandbar, and they were used to it. But one of them went to jump, but it jumped too late, and it got hung on the sand. We covered it up with some towels. We didn't handle it. We used the towels. It took. There was like 10 of us there. It was my aunts, my uncles, my mom, dad, brothers, and all them. The dolphin was so big, y'all. We just had to stick. A couple of us grabbed his tail, but we didn't handle it with our hand. We kept it moist, and we stuck our hands up underneath it, lifted it, walked it over, and set it off in the water. That was one of the best things I've ever done. That was pretty awesome. Well, how's it going, Trapper Katie? You have a good evening too, Katie. So we fished for a while, and they rode all up there. We hung out for like 2-3 days, but we was gonna go back. The guy that had permission was like, we can't go back there no more, which he wound up bringing some people in that didn't respect the land. and the guy wind up selling it. We used that spot for a pretty good while. I can't even tell you what we all caught there. It, I couldn't even tell you what all we caught. It was so much stuff caught there, it wasn't even funny. Piece of coconut cake. She doesn't trust you. Oh, she don't trust you that you might eat it all. Yeah. My bad, y'all. We we hunted from camp for a while, y'all. We coming back one day, and Uncle's like, "We'll race you to your house. Then, if we win, you buy ice cream. If we lose, we buy ice cream." They lost. We were side by side, not really racing, not speeding or nothing. He's like, no, we know the spot in there. We were cruising on the dirt road, not really, one a little faster than the other, a little faster, messing around, nothing like 100 mile an hour is like 25, 30 at the tops. It was like 25 there, but want to make it look like going a little faster than the other, like they're going to be. But he will always wind up losing. Sometimes we let him win, but we was sitting out there. We pulled over because he didn't quite know familiar with a couple of the back ways. We stopped. We got out. We're like, where you been? He's like, well, we didn't know which way to turn, so we followed your tire marks. We realized those were yours. He's like, well, come on, come on. He's like, which way? He's like, this way. We pointed we're like, this way. Come on. We got in the car. We turned on the thing. We're like, well, go ahead. And when you just watch your mirrors for the turn signals, we'll tell you where to go, which it was just a straightaway. So he cut off ahead of, he kind of spin out a little dirt road, So he took off down the road, kicked up the dust. Not, you know how the dirt roads are dry, it kicks up the dust anyways. So he sped up a little bit to do that. He gets going down. We start moping, and we took instead of a right, we took the left. We got to driving. He come freaking out. He started laying on the horns. He's like, what happened? What's going on? He's like, which it was like around the corner was like a little turnaround. He could have just caught it with us easy. It freaked him all out. We could have got us lost, and we could have been out. He pulled up beside it. You could have got us all killed and everything. He's like, oh, I'll show you the end of the dirt road. He's like, I'm not going back down there. You're just trying to get me lost. And he's like, okay, I promise. I won't do that. He freaked out. He whined for a bit. We finally followed us down there, seen around the corner, like 200 yards, like right there. He said, look, it's just a cul-de-sac. It's the only way out because they blocked off the road. They blocked all that off and made it where we can only go to a certain section. What's going on? What's going on, Charles? And they wind up leaving and stuff. Got there. Well, I'm just going to go home. I don't feel like buying ice cream or having ice cream. We're like, really? You're that petty? His wife was mad at my aunt. He buried into our side, and he's like, well, he whined for a bit. He come back a couple of days later. Well, I'm sorry. Oh, I just randomly done that. I figured it looked nice. I was going to put more up, but I was like, nah. What's going on, old McWalleye? Seen you work on that truck and laying some concrete. You have a good night, Tom. So he kind of got to whining. See, the bad part, we used to head out. We were headed to a baby shower, and we were headed up out towards Milton in that area. It was called Carpenter's Park, but it led out to Blackwater and stuff. It led out to Blackwater, and the guy that the guy that was being a whiner, he always whined and stuff, but he always sped. And me, my stepdad, him, and my other brother was in the truck with him. And he told him, he goes, hey, if you're going to pull my boat, don't speed with it. He's like, and kind of be respectful of my boat, you know. This is my boat, not yours. He's like, I ain't worried about it. He's like, no, be easy with my boat. He's like, I'm just redone this boat, and me and my brothers worked on it and everything. I want this boat to last a long time. So he gets out. He's not speeding. Well, he gets closer out to Milton, and he starts speeding because the speed limit picked up. He's like, oh, hey, look, I understand it's 55, say 55. No, he was doing like 60, 65. He's like, hey, my boat's on the back of there, which we had it locked. He's like, your hitch he said, your hitch looks a little funny. He's like, I don't trust your truck. I don't know how it'll tow. He's like, nothing against your Dodge, you know. It was junk. I hate that truck. No, we got to going. Well, he's so speeding. Well, we stopped at the red light, so he's coming across, and after the red light coming across, it got a little bumpy. So he started speeding, y'all. When we're talking about bumpy, it was like that. You know how they go in the old movies where they like jump the train tracks? It was something like that. And he come across one at almost 40, and he went down, and when he hit the next one, his bumper broke. The hitch on his truck broke, and his boat tongue drug into the ground. It almost flipped his boat over. He's like, what was that? When I heard it, I looked, and my brother looked. We're like, oh, you know, we literally said, oh, and I'm like, uh-oh. He's like, my uncle's just steadily just speeding, y'all. He's done back up to 60 in like a 45. We're like, my mom and him was down there, they're laying on the horn, and we're like, oh shit. And my stepdad's like, what's going on, son? I'm like, your boat's not on the truck. He's like, what do you mean my boat's not on the truck? I said, no, it's about a mile back. I'm guessing about a mile. By the time he said, stop, slow down, you lost my boat, you lost my boat. You know, he's like, are you lying? You better be lying to me. He was like in shock. He couldn't turn around. He was just, I'm not looking at the window. You better be lying to me, son. I was like, well, I've never lied to you before. Why do I need to start now, you know? He's like, you better be lying to me. I was like, no, your boat was almost wrecked too. I was like, it probably got hit by a car by now. I said, Mom and them's back there, and it looks to be there. He's finally listened to him, stops, flips him, U-turn, drives back up. I've never seen somebody come closer to dying that day than I've seen that man walking there. The whole trailer tongue was all crushed up. We had to call in a guy to bring a record to get him to load it up. We couldn't even drag the trailer home. He messed it up that bad. The whole trailer tongue and everything, it didn't hurt the boat, it looked up, but he liked to flip and everything. He says, I'm going to tell you right here, right now. He goes, you don't know how close you are to dying. He goes, you really don't know how close you are. He's like, what do you mean? He's like, I told you don't speed by my boat, and I told you I didn't like the way your hitch was on your truck. It didn't look right. And you talked me into letting you do it, and you promised me you wouldn't speed. He goes, I'm going to give you, right now, it was his brother-in-law. He's like, brother-in-law, it's time for you to go. He's like, what? He's like, it's time for you to go. It's like, I don't have to go nowhere. That's your wife's, my sister, and that she brought up to him. She goes, you guys got to go. She says, don't come back for a while. She's like, he told you how he was about his boat and stuff. He's like, what's going on? He's like, no, he gets over there. It took him 3 years. He's like, well, you'll call me when it took him 3 years. He's like, yeah, I guess you guys can come back. He's like, really? It took you 3 years? He goes, well, you know what? Go ahead and wait an extra year. Hangs up the phone on him. Took him a whole another year to start talking to him again. He's like, you want to go out on your boat? Don't even mention my boat. He goes, you want to go out? Here. And he hands him a cane pole out the door. He goes, you want to go fishing here? Here's a cane pole with a worm on it. You go. I'm not fishing with you. It took him like almost 5 years to literally calm down. I was like, you almost killed him, didn't you? He said, yeah, I almost did. Because like I told him how I was about that boat. Because I worked hard for it and I worked hard on it and stuff like that, you know. So they they calmed down in there. He's like, well, let's go hunting this after there, which my stepdad drove and stuff. He's like, nope, I'm taking my truck and I'm driving. You just be a little sissy in the seat, you know. That's what he told him. And you don't drive my boat, just respect my boat. Don't get my boat dirty, you know. He didn't care, but it was more strict on him than anybody. They were right down the river and stuff. He'd step out on the boat. Oh, I got to go use the bathroom. What do you got to do? Number two or number one? Number one, just walk to the back of the boat. I usually stay in the bush area in case I got to go, or here's a can, like kneel down and use it, Well, I got to go take a number two. So he'd get out of the boat. Instead of walking normal, he had a habit of stomping through the mud. Y'all, we had to wash this boat every time my uncle got out of it. He was like halfway, like the whole boat was like pretty blue color, just painted and everything. He took like a year to work on it. He took his time on it, Not talking about, Every time he got in the boat, that damn thing come back home, you couldn't even tell it was a blue boat. Just from one guy. He's like, why don't you take me on your boat anymore? He's like, we are. He goes, what? And he loads up a John boat. He goes, you can get this one dirty. So he went and took him out on a John boat all the time. My stepdad sat in the back fishing. My uncle's up there. He's paddling away. He's like, what are you doing? You ain't paddling? He goes, yeah, I am. See the paddle. He pick up the paddle and set it back down. Keep fishing. He's like, what's going on? He's like, hey, if you got to poop, paddle over there. I'm going to be fishing. He done that for like 3 or 4 times. So he'd take him out only on there. He apologized. Well, I promise I won't get your boat as dirty. So he never done it anymore. He come back, the boat with all nice and clean. He's like, I'll wash it for you. He's like, you don't have to wash it for me. He goes, you see the difference in a nice pretty blue boat flying down the river? Then one covered in mud trying not to eat it in your teeth? Munch. Yeah, no politics. Yeah, that's no bueno. That's not with air, but yeah. But, so that's how my uncle got kicked off the boat for a while. He had to paddle around too. The river that I told you got had a little white alligator on it. I took her and her mama up. We was gonna go up there and go to the lake part that's off that river. We went to go there. We walked down the trail and went in. Was going fishing. It was a real nice catfishing spot, brim and bluegill. Well, I ain't been there in a while and I know where it was at. We got down in there. We got to walk it up to it. I got there first. I was like, let me go ahead. In case I see a snake, I'll get rid of it or whatever. My mother-in-law was terrified of them. So I went ahead. She walked with her sight. I said, all right, you can come this far. There, she's like, how much farther? I was like, only a few more feet. And I'll walk down the area and make sure there's no snakes. And I'll check the water out. So I got to going down. It started leading down to an old boat ramp that led into the pond. Beautiful pond. Not very deep anymore. And by the time I got the rounding over the top of the boat ramp to walk down, there was gators galore. When I say gators galore, I mean 13, 10, 8, just alligators everywhere. And I froze for a second. I said, no, can't fish that. I said, ain't no way I can fish this. I said, it's not that deep. And I started to turn around. They come walking up. I'm like, all right, we can't fish. My mother's like, Yeah, we can. I'm like, no, it's really too dangerous. My mom's like, I ain't worried about an alligator. I said, fine. I want to let down. I said, she goes, what? She goes, why? She's like, well, I'll stay here. She'll be the judge, you know. She's like, what? She's like, what are you doing? I thought we were fishing. We came all this way. I was like, we can fish over off a bank or down here on the boat ramp, or we can go up to the other spot. I said, but look. She's like, what? I said, look. Look at what? I said, look at all the alligator. There was alligators laying all over the top of water. There was like 3 or 4 of them at the end of the boat ramp and all kinds of stuff. She's like, "Mom, we can't walk down there." I ain't worried about no. She goes, they were just everywhere. They were in mating season. They were bellowing, water rattling, and all kinds of stuff, hissing and stuff. She's like, no, it's too unsafe. They went out and they wasn't no fish in there anymore. We wound up going down there after a while. We hunted down there still, and we couldn't. The alligators done wiped out the entire pond. Half of it was dried up, and what half was there. And if any gar was going by, an alligator would eat it. We hunt and stuff right before hunting season. We went out there to check it out, make sure you can get down there pretty easily. The alligators, just anything moved in the water, they were just eating it on the edge of the bank. If anything was there, you can just watch it just surfacing to look for stuff. They wound up having to go over it and leaving that. A lot of them left and went back in the big part of the river and going. What's going on, STL? Yeah, we. I know. See, it wasn't too bad. That it was, well, there was so many of them, but they were all in mating season, so they were twice as bad. We got down there. We wound up going over there. We went back down to what we went back up the road and went around and went back in the webs. It was mating season there. Me and my mother-in-law had a fishing contest. She fished for a while down at one end, slipped and fell. I felt bad, called her down this way. She's like, well, it's more slick over there than it is down here. I'm like, no. I was like, the fish are biting here, not down there. So she fished over there. We're catching bluegill like that. Stump knocker, warmouth, brim, nice catfish. Well, I would like lift the cooler real quick and toss a nice uh, big warmouth or bluegill in there. You know, when I say fish like that, I mean literally this thick, big as my hand. There was something bigger than that. I lifted the cooler and I tossed my warmouth in there. I got closed the cooler real quick. It splashed around with the other fish that was in there. And my mother-in-law caught a really nice one. And she handed it to me. She was kind of in the spot, it wasn't too slick. And at the time, if I'd have fell, I felt better. I didn't want to laugh at her. And I lifted the cooler, stuck it in there, got hers in there. So I caught another really, really nice warmouth. And I lifted the cooler a little bit. When I tossed mine, hers leaked out to the water. She yelled at me for 10 minutes about that warmouth. That was the best warmouth I've ever caught. That was almost 3 pounds. How could you do that? You purposely done that. Why'd you do that? You're not really, just griping because she lost hers, and mine were the two really nice ones in there now. Well, she didn't see, well, when it went out, I seen it stopped in the edge of the water. So I threw my line near it. I sat in it and moved. I'm on it catching her. So I said, oh, look. I said, oh, this one's previously been caught, and threw it in the cooler. That was mine. I'm reclaiming that. Well, I'm just going to walk down about the time she went to take a step, y'all. Boom, right to her back. I was like, are you okay? That's after laughing, sniggering. My wife's like, don't do that. I'm like, I'm sorry. Are you okay? She got, I'm okay. Bloop, again. Bloop. Well, I'm going to the car. I'm just done that. Yeah, I dressed up as Santa. My not my littlest one, my daughter, uh, third from the youngest. She was sitting there. I dressed up. My son see me dressed up. She's seen me dress up, and I've dressed up with some one of her brother-in-law's ex-girlfriend's kids, and we done that. But we wound up catching several more fish down there. But no, I have dressed up. We Scotty seen me in it, but no, I was down here. My mother-in-law was sitting there chatting with her son and his girlfriend. They had some, called them disabled kids, and they were having a kind of a bad time, medical issues and stuff. So I said, I want to mess with your mother, which we didn't know they were over there. We know their brother, but we didn't know his girlfriend and went over there. And we walked down. I knocked on a door. My brother-in-law goes, "Oh, I got a surprise. It's a special visit." I'm like, "Who is he talking to?" I mean, you couldn't tell it was me. He's like, "I got a surprise for y'all." He's like, "We'll give it a minute, wait and see, you know." I could hear him through the door. And she's like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Your brother's in there with his girlfriend. He's got his kids, and they're talking about Santa. Santa's at the door." I was like, "What do? We leave, or, you know, I didn't want to trick the kid." And they're like, "Oh, look, it's Santa." I had no other choice, y'all. These kids lit up like the 4th of July, just, "Oh my God, you know, whoa," you know, all super excited. I'm like, they were already feeling bad. I'm like, she's like, "Yeah, Santa." I'm like, "Oh, ho, ho, Merry Christmas. How are you doing today?" I said, "Let me guess your names." And I know their names. Like, let's see if Santa knows. I didn't have my tattoos out. I had gloves on and everything. I was like, let me guess your names. And I thought, uh, "You must be," and you know, and "Oh my God, you came to visit me? Why?" And my brother-in-law's over there. His girlfriend then went downstairs crying. My mother-in-law's over like, "What is going on?" I'm like, she's like, "I'm just," they just eating it up. They were just ecstatic, you know. She's like, we get to chatting, like, "Why'd you come visit?" "Well, Santa wanted to pay you a special visit," and, you know, just changed my voice and kind of went into the character of Santa. "Well, what do you want for Christmas?" And, you know, and it's on and on. I stayed for like 2 hours, just, they just eat it up. "Well, Santa's got to go." "Well, Santa, where's your reindeer?" "Well, Santa's reindeer, he's got a cloaking device so he can specially visit y'all with a truck. So Santa just, you can't see it, but you listen out on Christmas, you'll hear my sleigh come up." They all done all the sleigh and stuff. She ate it up. She there. I was like, we walked into something, y'all. I was like, we walked into something I didn't even know I was going to get to. I was just messing with my mother-in-law. But it wound up being one of the best times ever, you know. And I went downstairs with my kids. Like I said, my son didn't see me in it. He was like, who cares? The other one was like, "Santa, it's Santa." The little one, she didn't see me. She, I peeked around the corner. And I said, "Oh," just, you know, changed the voice. Blah! She went shrieking. Hell no, she went in there, hid and everything, screaming. I had to leave the room. I'm like, "It's okay, it's okay." Mom and all that. It was a shriek after that. I got it kind of used where I could stay in the room, you know, talking to her. Then we had to, "Oh, it's just Daddy, is Santa. He just wanted to take pictures of y'all and stuff." She didn't ever get no pictures this year. I got one that's 7 foot tall, one that stands in a corner my kids play with. It's seen some stuff, but ever since they mess with it, they scare her with it. She even sees remotely thinks she's even sees the Santa. She's gone. She'll mess with the little glass ones, but somebody make one of those move her, burn rubber. She shrieks loud enough she almost breaks the glass in the house. No joke. And she's kind of there. Well, I left it laid out. They all got to playing with it. She's kind of gotten used to it. But one day she was sitting there. I want you to put the hair on. I put the hair on. Well, I want to put you the wig on. Once that wig slapped on, no, she gone, treat gone, just gone. I was, I've gone like more deaf, y'all. Really, she, I'm like, Santa's deaf. And the kids are like, oh. So I'll let them play with it for a while. Mamma mia, munch. Got one. Yeah. I don't remember. Did you dress? I can't remember. I think she might have dressed up as something. I don't remember. I think it Mrs. Claus or something similar or something. What's going on, Anthony? Appreciate you for coming in. Appreciate it. Out here yapping in the dark for a little bit. So yeah, that's the story time that Rob Santa and Santa would gone deaf. I'd try to do it with my brother's kids, but he done bought him a Santa suit and try to be all fancy. And they're like, Dad, we know it's you. You can't fool us. He's like, dang it. He's off. So he got up on the roof shaking the things and all kinds of stuff. And yeah, they were all. My son's like, no, I don't believe in it. Now he's called the other one. It's like, Santa's not real. Santa's real. Come on, people. I don't mean lying to kids, but let them have a little fun. I got my niece and them over there. Santa, yeah, you don't listen. My stepdad always, they come hung out on Christmas. Santa knows to stop here and bring your presents and stuff. And they're like, okay. We all went camping and everything. And they're like, well, Santa knows to bring your toys here. Yeah. Me and my brothers always told him, if you guys are not nice, we want to shoot Santa and eat his reindeer. No, we went in there, we were like, yeah, huh? This is the last kid who didn't listen and pull out some antlers. What was that reindeer's name? I said, see, you don't even remember his name, do you? He was so delicious. They were having deer soup. I was like, this is part of Jeff or something. And, oh, this is Jeff in there, you know. She liked to not eat that deer meat, y'all. We got her. We just had fun with that one. They all, oh my God! You're like, it's not the reindeer. It's just a regular whitetail. Why do you do that? We're like, it's funny. Well, it's not funny. It is to us. Wait till you go to sleep. We're gonna eat his reindeer. No, we're not. Yeah, it is. So we had a high old time. We used to go camping, set up. Uh, we got set up one day down there on that spot where it was called Sandy. It was sitting down on the edge of the river, and we sitting out there. We having fun. We're playing badminton and golf, and all kinds of stuff, and birdie, and went hunting some, went fishing some off the edge of the bank, and we sitting there, and we got to watching. Skies got cloudy, rained a little bit. Okay, fine. We camped for about a week. We said, well, fans, it ain't stopped raining. We got the tarps over, but everything got so wet we couldn't hardly move, and the water rose some. So we gave it another. We left and come back in a week. The water dropped and stuff. We was sitting out there. We got camp set up. 5 minutes. The clouds came over. We we sitting out there. Clouds coming up. Started thundering. Started lightning. Started hailing across the water. And there, and two holes open up in the clouds. Perfectly round holes. Two, side by side. We're like, that's a tornado forming. My aunt and them were like, no, it's not. They just appear, you know. And then, but when we sit there and watched, we're like, well, it only takes us this long to take down the camp, so we got a minute or two. We're like, do we take down camp or do we not? By the time a funnel cloud started dropping, and another one dropped perfectly on the side by side, and it started lowering down to each other. It got about a foot above the trees, and they wound up going into each other and touching, and dropping to the top of the trees and spinning for a quick, slung off a few leaves, and went back up and disappeared. That's the time I've seen two twisters. And my aunt's like, I've never seen anything like that. How'd you guys do? We're like, this is our third time seeing it in that spot. She's like, how fast can you all break down the tents? We're like 3 minutes. They're just broke down and gone. All the tables, all the food, everything we already had up, tents and all, we just gone. We got down there. We having some fun, playing around. Got squirrels, got a couple rabbits, got a deer. Well, some people had access to the roadway. The guy went down in a big truck. He's sitting up on top. The deer jumping. He fell off in the back of the truck. We laughed at him for about a good hour. The guy got up. He left. My uncle went down in there. They had a big kind of a mud hole. My uncle got down there. We always know the trick. He tried to pull this on us a couple times. But he got my aunt and my uncle. I'm stuck. They didn't ever go anywhere. They were like stony a little bit. We finally got them into camping and stuff. They come out just like, I'm stuck. Help me rock my truck to get it out. Now half his truck's out of the mud. Half of it's in the mud. He's got 4-wheel drive. I seen him engage it. We're like, you don't want to do that. He's fixing to cover you in mud. No, he ain't. He's really stuck. He's like, he had it in neutral. About the time they grabbed it on the back of the truck, he's like, he's like, I'm getting it. You know, they're rocking it. Like, come on, give it some gas. He's like, give it gas. He's like, yeah, give it gas. He's like, what'd you say? He's like, you heard me. I said, give it. He said, gas. All right. Y'all, he just took it. He had a size 14 foot. It's 14-inch foot, y'all. He smashed it to the floor. Y'all, all 4 tires kicked in just instant. Y'all, they come back with a foot-inch thick of mud on her face. Mud all the way down the leg. We're going home. This ain't even funny. And turned around and walked away. They packed up their stuff and left. And we called them. They're like, what's going on? Why'd you leave? Well, we got covered in mud. We didn't find that too funny. He said, you seen 15 other people standing around and you two are the only one that pushed out a truck? Really? You know, have a good day. Oh, we didn't want him to be stuck. He said he was halfway. You seen him get halfway through it. And there, he said, you should have known it was in neutral. He covered him, y'all. He said I was waiting. He said I was waiting for him to go. Which he's covered me in mud doing that. Which he was almost stuck, really. But he's covered me in mud, but he was actually getting pushed out by a lot of people. Sometimes you can tell he's slaying mud on people. But he got there, boy. He got him good. He waited at least 5 years on them to get there. It took him a while to talk him into going. No. He did too, boy. He covered them. It took him a couple more months to come back out. They're like, well, is he going to be there? No. He was. They're like, if he's not going to be there, we'll come. So they come, set up their car, right their area, mowed it, cleaned it up really nice. Not no muddy, a little higher, real grassy area. We gave them a nice spot. Not really, but they got out there. And here he come. See, when you set up tents, you set up on the woods line, but not too close where there's any spots. They kind of sat out in the open. He come in. He went around them in a donut in full wheel. We seen him coming. We know he was coming, but he was coming to camp. No, he didn't go camp. He seen them there and they whined the last time, so he spun donuts around them and left. He coated their tent, their car, them, their kids. It just all in mud. Just mud. No rocks or not. It was just mud. Oh my God. They didn't stay again. It was hilarious. He wanted leaving and calling us. It was like, I did it again. I couldn't help it. Hell bitten, whiskey bound. He didn't drink till he got home. He's like, well, I'm gone, yeah. He's hollering, he's booking it down the road, dirt road. They're packing their stuff up, covered in mud. We're like, yeah, he did it again. Us kids, we already know the uncle that did it. He was wild as could be anyways. Not wild, but he was a hoot. He was always kind of a fun one to be around for a while. So he met his new wife. But he drove off. The other one was like, don't you do that to me. And they got down there. He's like, how do you get out of here again? This is kind of a new spot for us. Well, my uncle said, I'll show you how to get out. He was the one that was wilder than the other one that you don't trust. You trust with your life, but if he'll prank you, you didn't know it. So he's like, oh. So he's driving him out on the dirt road. It's kind of muddy, a little sloshy. It gets them almost out. He's getting them through the water. He's getting them through a couple of mud holes. He dropped down. Whoop. He covered their car. He's like, here's you some more mud, suckers. He just let them have it. I was riding the truck when he's like, have it again, suckers. It took him 10 minutes to clean out the windshield from last time. He got him over there. They got out. They pulled off to the side to get out, scrape the window off. You're not even funny. We're laughing. We're listening to Mole Haggard and Kid Rock and something else was on. We was listening to the song by Kid Rock, The American BA. If you know the song, you know what I'm talking about. He was wide open there. We got down, we come out, they passed us by. You don't need to do that. That's not even funny. He's like, how much further do I know where I'm at? He's like, 100 more yards, you're good. He goes, I don't know why you guys had to be let out anyways. It's only one way in and one way out. Y'all, it was just hilarious. We got back. They're like, looked at his truck. He looked at him and looked at his truck. He's like, you done covered in mud, didn't you? He goes, yeah, I couldn't beat a good prank. And he's like, Jay told me to. He's like, did you really tell him to do that? If you did, you're not going hunting in the morning. You'll have to wait till the afternoon. No, I really didn't. He goes, no, I'm just kidding. I did it. She goes, did you laugh? I was like hell. It's because hot in there. Good job, son. Go get you some marshmallow s'mores or some over there. Enjoy. They all, yeah. He's like, yeah. So he went back in there. He kicked around and laid around and stuff. He's like, I'll take you hunting. I'm like, I don't know. He said, no, I'll take you hunting. I'm like, okay. So he went hunting. I had to show him more around because I was more familiar with it. We got down in there. We seen a real nice buck. Got the smaller of the buck, brought him out. They hung around. I had brothers. Yeah, no, I'm good. What's going on, Ryan? I'm sorry, I'd seen you. I was just in a moment. But yeah. Our brothers used to come down there. They had a guy. His name was Jesse. Our brother, not the brightest tool shed. tool in the tool shed. He was like a more dull crayon with a wet match and a box in the corner, but not too bright. Well, they were fishing out on the river. Her brother, my brother, and all the other ones. Well, the guy that couldn't really fish is kind of his first time, and her friends were over. And about the time he went to throw, he went like this, and when he did, he hooked the guy through his nipple with a treble hook. Y'all, this man, I swear to God, like they got drug off into the water. He was like, I can't even do the shriek. I, my daughter that likes to break glass has nothing on him when he shrieked. They had to clip it out and everything. Later on, they wound up, he was sitting there, her brother, he wound up getting one in the back shoulder from the same guy. And that, what I don't understand is why, instead of standing off to the side of him, he was standing behind him and fishing. My brother was bad about that. Mm-hmm. We was down there having fishing on the boat, having a good old time, bringing in some fish. While he had a little 1 ounce triangle weight for some catfish, and about the time something took off with it, well, he snatched like that. Yeah, that damn leg comes shooting out of the water, y'all, and streaked my hair right through there. That's part of it, still missing a little bit. He just, I felt the lead skim my head. It shaved my head down through the center. I just, I'm like, I even bit myself and stuff. I was like, I was splashed water, tapped the back of my neck, said something to my stepdad. I said, he's like, so what are you doing? I said, am I alive? He said, what do you mean? I was like, you see that? He's like, I was wondering what went past so fast. He's like, my brother's standing over and he's like, man, that 1 ounce lead, man, I don't know where it went. I said, yeah, I know where it went. I said, look at the streak of hair it peeled off. He's like, oh, well. My stepdad's like, are you okay? I'm like, am I still alive? That's the only thing I want to know is I'm still alive. What part's still missing? Yeah, send it. Yeah, yeah, her brothers don't stand a chance. One of them's got an egghead because of her. Yeah, he did too. He was an Eagle Scout and stuff, but yeah, I watched her squeeze her brother's head. He's kind of got an egghead now. He walks around bald, kind of looks like an egghead. I I talked to him, but you know how hard it is not to laugh at someone that's got an egghead. They're like, I know how you got that egghead. Hey, theatricals, local learning. How are you doing today? So, yeah, we wanted catching a couple more. We caught a couple of nice fish that day. Caught a couple bowfin, uh, bilgar, and stuff like that. Hey, Winter, how you doing? My jobs are kind of full. Sorry. How are you doing today? Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, I've grinded side of my finger off. I was sitting out there sharpening something, and it slipped, and my finger hit the side of the side grinder, and it's partial missing. I done painting, and they came out little triangular tools for caulking. They don't really do right, and I done enough caulking back then where I could just run my finger down. I've done 4 houses one day. When I'm talking about 8 foot walls by 16 feet. I had to do each individual slat and stuff to caulk down there and all the holes and stuff. I had 3 fingers that were literally bleeding on the time to 4th house. My boss come out. He's like, "What's going on?" I was like, "It's hot. I'm aggravated. No offense. Don't talk to me right now. My fingers are sore." "Oh, you're just complaining." He's like, "But I want to ask, why is that house over there orange? Why'd you put orange caulking?" He's like, "Why is this one half orange?" I said, "It's not orange." I said, "It's blood." He's "What?" I said, "Look." And I held up, and all 3 of my fingers had blood on them. I was just switching fingers. He "Oh, you're just gonna have to go scrape all the caulking off, and redo it." I'm like, "Nope, I'm not doing it. Stick your head in your ass. I told you to leave me alone. I'm not going back and redoing that." I was like, "You ain't gonna be able to see the caulking over up beneath the paint anyway. Just paint over." I'm like, "I'm in a pretty bad mood right now, dude. I'm in 110 degrees. You're in an AC painting and sitting there talking. I'm out in the heat. I'm soaked. I've done changed shirt 3 times. I've done drank a 24 pack of Dr. Pepper and a case of water, and I ain't even beyond to touch the thirst yet. I was going to I was just sweat, just coated. I had literally dumped my shoes out before I got in the van. Sat down just long enough to dump my shoes out, put them back, just go back, on the 4th house. When we got there, he's like, "Well, you got one more house." So I got done with that one, which was only a little area. Got up to the 5th one. We come down there. "Well, I'm going to walk around in here and just look it over. Finish up this house. Me and your brother's in the top." I worked my brother and him. I went from pains in the finger to no feelings at all anymore. I was done so aggravated. My brother's like, "You need to calm down." I'm like, "Fuck you." Excuse my language. That's what I told him. But I said, you know. He's like, "What's your problem?" I was like, "I got 3 bleeding fingers." And I'm letting there just literally stripping blood. I'm like, I'm already wiping it off the car. I kept a rag, I kept it off. But I done a whole another half a house. He's like, "Well, I guess you can just go home for today." I was like, "Yeah, when I'm done with this house," which I only had like 3 foot to go, like 8 foot up, want to finish them up. Gets me in the van. He's driving home. He's like, "I don't know what your problem is, but the boss is to fire you." I'm like, "I don't give I'm like, I said out, I said, I'm still drinking. I'm still opening another case of Cokes and water, just trying to keep the sugar. And not only that, not only a little bit of lunch." And Dylan, when I told him, I don't think you wanted to keep that conversation going. He's like, "Why?" I said, "I'm fixing to quit. So if you want help, you might want to lower your tone." I said, "I'm in one of those snapping moods, and I said, you know how I am." So he calmed down. He's like, "Well, she helped me on some of them too." Yeah, they did. Yeah, she knows. She's brought me at work at 6:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. Sat out there with me till it got partial daylight to 6:30, where she had enough time to drive my son because she had to drive me out there early. She actually helped me caulk on 1 or 2 of the houses. My 5-year-old son was just at kindergarten at the time when I was standing out there in the middle of nowhere by myself using my work vehicle with my paint with my vehicle and paying for gas. Why? He got a company van, everything paid for, paid vacations and everything, and all kinds of stuff. And he complained about me when I went home after 8, 9, and 12 hours. Because she'd pick him up, come and get me. By the time she got there, she picked me up. And I'll get in my truck completely soaked. There's days where he's like, well, clean up and all of this, you know. And I got tired of it. I told her I couldn't handle it no more. I was getting to the point I almost murked one of them. If you know the word murk, you know, I was to the point. I I drink I ain't never really drink, but they had me so aggravated. I drink some. I didn't drink to get there. I drink to calm down. I didn't drive. I didn't drink socially. I socialized with the kids. I didn't get drunk. I drank, you know, low alcohol drinks, more fruitier. I would say not no beer, not no heavy liquor, not nothing like that. I restricted. I know how. I've seen enough family members to know what to stay away from, but the alcohol was just enough to just chill me out, you know. And I should. We hung out at the house. My brother called me. I just threw it. It's like, who was that? Never mind. It's like, here's you another fruity drink. I'm like, sip on it. I'm like, there's some. Yeah, mom. I sit there for years with my we I literally drink. I can say that. I think the most alcohol I had is like barely even. Allie didn't even have as much as the beer. It's more just. I think the limit. It wasn't even three. I mean, like once in a while I got six, but it was like nothing at all. She's like, "You even buzz?" I'm like, "No." We sit here chat with I'd talk to the kids I had at the time, play with them and all of that, and I was like, she's like, "I don't want you to drink." I'm like, "No, I limit, you know." Okay, but I waited months, and I finally quit with him, and I ain't touched it no more. Well, once I had a super bad toothache, and it was so bad. I tried to knock myself out literally. Would I try to literally knock myself out, and I couldn't do it. I just ow. Should I what? I, One of my teeth broke back there. Oh, she sat there with me. I was like, I took some medicine, which it wore off. It didn't really do any cover. It masked the pain just enough to be able to sit there still. It wore off, and I sit there rock, you know, just 3 o'clock in the morning. I was like, what do we got that I can possibly take? What can I do to get rid of this? I don't know. And I remembered in the icebox was a little shot of, I think, 90 proof apple flavored vodka. Sipped on it, you know. Started easing up. I had one other one in there. I said, I'll save it in case it happens again the other night. Sit there. It's sitting there, you know, just relax after a while. I sit in the hallway. I was literally not saying I was crying, but I was in tears. It was bad. Like I said, y'all, I just read back as far as I could, just hammered, you know. Finally, it quit after a while. I didn't hit myself no more. I tried to knock myself out literally just to be able to get some sleep. About 4 o'clock in the morning, it eased off. I went to sleep. I was up by 6 o'clock. I was like, she's like, are you okay? I'm like, we dealt with a tooth, and she's like, there's a swamp yams. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the story of that. So, yeah, apple flavored vodka. I like the way it burns. I mean, I don't drink. I haven't touched another since I've quit with him. I ain't touched no more. I don't even remember what I there, but it was like hardly nothing. I'm like, damn. It ain't even hurt anymore. I'm like, it ain't been that bad. Knock on wood. But what's up, Melinda? How are you doing? Appreciate you for coming in. Yeah, but long day. Them were some long days. I've called her, try to go to sleep. Hey, I can't sleep. 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, get up work. Finally fall asleep at 5 and get up work. It's like an hour later and go to work. Work all the way up to 12 o'clock. I I was making okay money, but he was. It was more aggravating that he got to sit in the AC and talk with the boss, so I had to sit outside and stuff. I don't deal with him anymore. I got rid of him. Yeah, I used to sit with my granny, shell peas and snap beans and corn, talk up all day. She told me about when she was young and there. She showed me how to uh, do classical dancing and stuff. What's going on, the crappy kid? The fire fruit tree. Yeah, my pecan tree. That one's a paper shell. The one in front of me is she knows the damn name. I got I got all kinds of cool trees around here. Yeah, I used to sit up there chat to her. Uh, they were off doing something. She was with them, and she's like, "You mind watching Nana?" I don't care. She don't bother me. Well, she can get up and use the bathroom, and just make sure she don't fall in. She was in her late 90s, like 92. She was sitting there. She goes, "Want a cup of coffee?" I'm like, "Sure." I'll go make it. She's like, "No, I want to get up and I want to do something." I'm like, "Okay." We got chatting for a while. We watched birds and cars and some stuff. She goes, I was sitting there, I was drinking. I had my leg over my other one, just sitting back. And she goes, "You remind me of my late husband. Just relax and calm." She goes, "He would have liked you." She goes, "Every time I took a sip of the coffee, I didn't know I was making a noise when I drank." She goes, "You remind me of him drinking that. Kind of looks similar to him." She goes, "You mind if I just sit back and relax and just look at you for a minute?" I'm like, "Okay." She's like, "No, just the way you're sitting and how you're acting, you kind of remind me of my husband. I ain't seen him in over 40 years." I'm like, "Damn, lady, you got me in tears. And I didn't cry. I was like, "Damn, I'm almost crying." I'm like, "Sure." We sat there for hours. She stared at me and here's the cup of coffee. I'm like, I'll get my coffee. "Oh, no, I want to." She goes, "Don't mind me. I'm just going to here talk. We talk same with my granny. We sit there. What are you doing?" "Nothing." Snapping bees. And she's telling me about her past. And I sit there with another one. This lady, y'all, she goes, "You want to learn to knit? Uh, um, you want to learn to knit a scarf?" I was like, "Sure, why not?" I was only like 10. I was like, "I got yarn, I got sticks." I'm like, she's like, "Okay." My granny was sitting there. She's like, "I'll learn with you." She's like, I said, "Here, just use mine." This lady goes, she's 100 now. She literally was. And she goes, "All right." She goes, one loop, loop it through, pull it, wrap it around your hand, loop it, loop it, loop it. She gets like 1, 2 rungs. She goes, "Okay, how are y'all doing today?" The next day I know, literally, y'all, that's all I seen. The next thing I seen is she stopped for a second. She goes, and throw the yarn on the ground and go, "Oh, yeah, man, I just love these stories. I've been watching Days of Our Lives, and y'all, the damn scarf went from like this long to almost 8 foot. I'm like there. She's like just chatting. I'm like just, and I'm watching the scarf just grow. I think she done 10 foot before she even knew. She goes and ties it and crims it off. And she rolls up, shakes it over. She goes, "Well, off to my knitting." She goes, "Did you get that?" I'm like, "Get what?" She goes, "Did you get the knitting? Did that help you?" Well, I hope so, because there was some square knots and some other stuff. She talks to them. That's not. I'm like, my granny goes and throws the whole damn. She's like, she could crochet, but she was trying to learn to knit, and she got the brunt, and she said, and threw it behind her. I'm like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Something wrong?" She's like, "No." She goes, "Can you go in there and get my snuff?" She done gold dust snuff. I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Where is it?" She's like, "It's in here on this cabinet. You'll be able to reach it." I snuck it down. So there, I sat with them. They were hanging out. They were bickering back and forth. Old lady talk. I'm watching cartoons, and she's like, "All right, you got my snuff?" Yeah. She's like, "Well, my hands are a little shaky right now." I put it in her lip. Yeah. Yeah, it was just hilarious. She's like, my stepdad and his brother came in. My granny's kind of started twiddling her thumbs. I'm laying on the floor. She's got her her dip in, or snuff in, and she's like, "What's going on?" "Hey, Kayla, how's it going?" And he's like, "You got snuff on your face. I told you that you need to slack off on that." I'm like, "I don't know. Why are you being an asshole? This is your mother. I'm like, I'm already old enough. I done said something before. I done got in trouble for it. I'm looking at him like, "Who are you? I know you're your son." I'm like, I wonder if I can kick his ass. I was thinking in my head, I'm like, I wonder if I can kick his old ass. She got older. They try to not really treat her like shit, but kind of, the lady wound up living to 98. I was still sneaking her snuff. Doctor, take her snuff. My mom's like, she's going to wind up dying for snuff. She goes, she's 98 years old. She got 2 years to make it to 100, and you guys are taking her snuff. Well, she dipped it off from like 6 all the way up. And she's like, "Well, I ain't never got nothing from it yet." And she goes, "I don't want to do without it now. It's already been this long. And I'm like, I got old enough. I was about 18 at the time. I was like, "Why in the hell are you guys arguing about her snuff? The lady's 98 years old. She ain't done a goddamn thing but y'all, but give you any damn thing you want and treat you guys like gold. She ain't nothing but gold, y'all. She was. She'd tell you how it is, but was real with you. She was literally like the sweetest old lady you can ever be around. Sort of like her now. She'd tell you, she'd cuss you, but not really cuss. Pull your damn pants up. They're religious enough but didn't had enough to give you what you needed to know. She didn't ever treat you bad. She never did. I'd let into him. I said, "This lady is gold, and you guys are literally taking her stuff." "Well, it ain't none of your business." I said, "But I think so." I said, "I've known this lady since I was, 4." I said, "I'm pretty sure you guys need to treat her a lot more nice." Wish they let her go to a nursing home once, and they wanted to get hurt and up there, and they didn't ever want to do nothing, some other stuff. Well, they'd leave, and I'll sneak her snuff. I'd go down to the store to buy it. They'd come in, find it, and throw it away. Shit, I had a whole container at one time. Every time the lady put one in, they she wound up passing a year right out at almost 99. She almost hit 99. She wound up passing, and she goes, my mom was there, was sitting there. I was 18 at the time. My mom was sitting there. She goes, she got her the funeral dressed properly and stuff. Made sure looked over some stuff. She's like, She wanted to be buried with a can of snuff. She's always had it. She wants to be buried with it. Enough about the fucking snuff. That's what her son said. It's not worried about it. My stepdad's like, no, you're gonna respect mom's wish. I was like, I'll go get the snuff. About the time their uncle was coming down the road, I was crying a little bit. I'm like more ticked off too. I'm walking back. I'm like, they won't go get it. I'll go get it. So I got over there. I was coming back to the funeral. I'm dressed in all white clothes. Oh, and their uncle's like, oh, look at the crybaby walking around the road. Ha, in a uniform. The baby misses band practice. I said, I said, I know you. I said, give me 5 minutes. I said, I'll be back by this way. He said he's sitting there and he's sitting there coming back. I get heading back up the road. Now I got a long sleeve shirt on, but I done went in the house and got some snuff, and my granny had a long metal steel pipe, pretty good, decent size. I got to walking up, got close to the car. Now he done started the car because I told him, I said, just wait right there. I'm almost to you. I am almost to you. You fixing to, I said, remember your last words. Just remember your last words. About the time I let my hand go and open it, that big old 3 foot long pipe come out of my arm because I got my arm straight. I let it go. I said, all right, now it's fighting words. I said, now what'd you say? About the time he drove off, y'all? You're nuts. I'm like, where are you going? I'm like, you don't mess with the wrong person on this day. He drove over to the funeral and I come walking out and over there. He's like, he say my mom, he's like, your son's a little nuts. It's like, what do you mean? She goes, he is the one that's walking the where he see me. He's like, he is the one that one, right? He goes, yeah. She goes, why? She goes, I called him a crybaby and stuff. I didn't realize it was your son. She goes, what are you worried about? Well, he's got a 3 foot cheater pipe up his arm. It's still what they called it, a cheater pipe, because he used it to ply with, but she kept it in her room in case somebody broke in and stuff or threw a window. So she always read for it. And that's something she could wield. So he said he's got his cheater pipe up his arm. So she goes, if you said something and he's got a cheater pipe, you better get out of here. Because he ain't messing around. So, you know, and I let it down. I started walking across the park and I didn't cut across the road. I was trying to catch him. he pulled out in front of a cop. He drove down the road. He got a ticket. My mom's like, hey, she walked over. She's like, hey, you need to calm down. I was like, here's your snuff. I stuffed the pipe back up on my arm. Because what did he say? I said, he did all of this and that and this. She goes, wait. My stepdad walked over. He's like, did I just hear you right? He's like, they were talking about it. He overheard. He's like, did I just hear you right? The guy that just left, that's family. He's my uncle, I'm like, well, cousin and stuff like that. And it's like, I was like, yeah, he is. Like, I told him what he said. It went like that, and the guy come over. He's whispered to him. He goes, he'll be back. He walked over, got in his truck, fired up, drove down there. He didn't know where the guy went, and he drove off. And he come back about 10 minutes later. He goes, problem solved. He went under, beat the shit out of him. He come back. He had all bloody hands and stuff. He washed them off and says, I'm sorry, I gotta go home. And there he goes, son, don't ever let nobody do that. I said, I wasn't. He pulled out part of the cheater pipe and stuff. And there, they went over there, and I said, I'll go in there and put it in the casket. And I went over to her casket, and I said, here you go. And I lifted her hand, and I stuck it in there, and I laid it down, and I walked out. I told you that. I said, you can fuck off. Excuse my language, but you can fuck off. I'm going home. I said, anybody touched that candy dip? I said, you let me know. I said, I'm in a fighting mood today. And my mom's like, okay, have a good day. My stepdad's like, appreciate it, son. Gave me a hug. There, my other brother goes, I'm leaving with him. I started freaking out. It's like, if he's leaving, he can't handle it, I'm leaving. So he laughed with me. He's like, what's going on? And I told him on the way home. And the guy was actually around the corner, seen him walking by, he sped off. His face is all bloody up. He is missing a couple of teeth and stuff now. And the guy told him, he goes, that's wrong, kid. It's all good. I'm like, whoa. And the guy didn't look very big that beat the other guy up. He's okay. He, he got him too. Shit, the one guy, he had to wash the blood off. It was that guy's blood. He said, our other guy didn't even get done. He I got to talking to him. He used to live down the road from me. He goes, that happened. He goes, yeah. He said he said the fatty was sitting in his car. He said he tapped on the window when he rolled it down. He goes, you said what about my mama is in his grandson? And about the time he went to open his mouth, he right through the window, just wham, caught him with a right hook. He said I caught him with a left. He said I just shrugged him out of the car and just punched him for a few. He said I just went to town. He said it was just messed up. Zach, I didn't know you did that. My bad. My bad, Zach. I don't want to know you eat the corn the long way. I'm sorry. But yeah. What's going on, 67? Yeah. We uh we done a couple we went a couple times and on that lake that had the alligators in it. We went on it a couple times. We paddled the 16 by a 4 foot wide john boat around, set bush lines, caught a couple nice flatheads out of there. We brim fished it, paddled up it, and got out, got in the regular boat, drove up. Then we took the boat. If we went up far enough upstream and come in and followed all the way around, you can go into there. We wind up motoring around in there, catching a couple more catfish out of it. We just got tired of paddling. Just like we wanted to use the motor. We got tired of paddling. Sit there. We got all yeah, Post Malone, probably. So yeah, we went back. We wound up going hunting like later on that week. Going down there camping. Got a couple deer from down in there. We seen a beaver. Got one of the beavers. Got an otter. We ate those. We just cook them at the camp. You know, I'm like the campfire coffee. You guys ever had cowboy coffee from the woods, like sitting out like not like I am now with lights and stuff, with a fire? That was nice. I miss that. That coffee tastes really good. Strong, but really good. Didn't keep you up all night. Kept you up long enough to get up and get next morning. We get up. We camp. Get up 5:30 in the morning. Go sit in the woods by 6. Make the coffee. Drink the coffee. Be in the woods by 6. Get a couple squirrel. Come out. Play some games. Talk. Come back. Get a couple more squirrels again. Yeah, I know you have, but it's something about it, you know. We was sitting in there. We wanted coffee, coffee pot. The thing when I went to move something, it got broke. Well, we made some on the stove. We rigged up a filter and stuff, and we cooked it on the stove. It kind of reminded me of it. That's it's something about it. The way it was cooked kind of brought me back almost 30 years. I was like, what? I was sitting there. I talked to her like this, sipping the coffee. She's like, I ain't never heard these stories. I'm like, No. Nostalgia, I guess. Sat back and relaxed. I talked to her almost 3 o'clock in the morning. She's like, yeah, yeah, she's older than sliced bread. She goes, she got them all in there. All but her, I don't know if she was in there. She told him, looks around the room for a bit. She's like, none of y'all would be here if it wasn't for me having sex. Sorry if there's any kids in the chat. You know, that whole room was like, one guy, he got up and left. He went out in there. I followed. I got it. It startled me there for a little bit. I'm like, okay, that's 90-something-year-old woman just dropped the bombshell in the room, which I was trying not to laugh. I knew I wasn't part of her. I was family, but I got up and I left. He went out there. He threw the conniption fit, y'all. He literally did. He's like, I can't believe that. My Nana done that. I can't believe it. I'm like, how do you not believe it? I just can't wrap my head around it. I said, your mama's her daughter, and you're your mama's son. Well, you come out and you had that right around your head. And y'all, I've done made this boy feel so bad. Now, this dude's like almost 6'5" or so, 6'7". He got in his damn truck and left. He couldn't listen to me anymore. She come outside. She's like, where did he go? I can't believe it. He was in shock, y'all. It's like he never even procreated. I'll put it as procreated. He didn't even know. He didn't even realize his Nana was like, could say that. He was like, her mom and everybody was like, they were like eating and drinking. They're like, one of them was like, Nana. It was just there. She's like, and just drinks her coffee and just goes back to chatting. They're like, did we just see what we just seen? They're like, yeah, we just seen what we just seen. I hear you. Yeah, they do. They don't care. My granny, she was walking around. You know how they used to sag their pants? I sag, but I didn't sag around here. I knew better. We always kept our pants up. Well, she was sitting there and a kid walked by, had his pants down. She tapped him on the ass with the cane. She's like, hey, young man. What, old lady? She said, pull your damn pants up. I don't have to pull my damn pants up. She tapped him on the ass again. She goes, in front of me, you're going to. I'll bust your ass. Don't tell me, tell me to tell you again. I'm like, hey, I said, that's somebody else. I don't give a shit. Where's his mom? I'll whip her ass when I make it her son there. I'm like, calm down. I'm like, hey, pull it pants. I'm gonna have to kick your ass. I know who you are. Okay. And he pulled up his pants. She walked by a belt aisle. She's like, she looked for the guy, the kid. She's like, hey, young man. He goes, what? She goes, here, I purchased you a belt. And tossed it over and laid it on a table near me. She's like, put it on. Don't let me see you sagging no more in here. She goes, you're not going to jail, son. You're not in jail, so don't be advertising, pull your pants up. I'm like, old lady, she's got skills. She's like in her 80s at that time. So I was like, she's like, you're not in prison, pull your pants up. So he quickly put on a belt, tightened it up. His mom was like, oh my God, you're wearing the belt. She goes, yeah, the old lady told me she's going to bust my ass. I put a belt on. She goes, she walked over. She's like, oh, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you so much. She's like, how much do I owe you for a belt? She's like, it was like, I got it for an old lady discount and stuff for like 10 cents. The lady, She willed and dealed and stuff. She's like, oh, son, didn't you put on a belt? Fine, I'll take you for ice cream. I ain't never seen him without a belt since. Well, I ain't seen him in like forever, but it was hilarious. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't even dare. What's going on, Sweets? I know the name's different. I just said it differently. What's going on, Fishing for Greatness? Yeah, I ain't even getting this. Well, I done. I was gonna go into nursing for a bit, kind of, because had some first aid knowledge and some skills and stuff. But I had to go through a nursing home. Yeah, I had to go volunteer at the nursing home, then go into nursing and volunteer there before I could step up and like do anything else. Well, I had to. I went and volunteered at the nursing home for 4 hours. I couldn't do it, y'all. Some people were there visiting. Some people never even seen their family in years. I changed the guy's name. There's one guy. He's been in a nursing home for 40 years. Something happened to him. It wasn't quite right. None of his family put him in there and never even visited him in almost 40 years. I don't know how he survived it long, but he was quite an old man. I was like, nah, I'm good. There was one lady, she was paralyzed from here down, and she could move her arms, but what she went to reach for a glass, she was top heavy and she wasn't there, and she fell out of the bed. I went to go into her room, and I was like, the lady's like, she was covered, she's like, trying to reach the button, she's like, help, help, help. I'm like, hello? Hello? And I kept hearing help down the hall. I'm like, I'll go find this thing that's saying help. I got it around there. I was like, look, she was like, seeing the lady on the floor. I'm like, do you need help? She's like, I'm trying to reach the button. I've been down here for over 30 minutes. I'm scared I'm going to die. I'm like, what? She's like, I'm paralyzed. I can't get up. I can't reach my call button. I was like, I'll be back. Y'all fucking do it. I was down the hallway. I'll run. I'm like, there's a lady that fell out of the bed. She can't get up. She's paralyzed. Somebody needs to go in and help. Nurse turns around on the phone. I'm like, hey, look, lady, you need to get up and you need to go down. Oh, that's just Mrs. Jenkins. It's okay. She does it all the time trying to reach a drink, so she says. I ain't worried about it. How you doing, girl? About the time I said, say what? I'm like, excuse me. I looked at the time. I said, oh, it's getting close to my time. I got to give it an hour ahead call. I went, 911. And I said, hello? And I said, I need a fire department, ambo, somebody at this address. They're like, for what? I'm like, there's an old lady that fell on the floor. And I try to tell 3 nurses. Nobody's doing nothing. She's in this room. They come flooding in. They're like, and I hung it up. And I called the lady. She's like, you're not supposed to call for another 30 minutes. I was like, I'm done. I'm out. Come and get me. I'm like, this is what's going on. The fire department's here and there. She's like, what's going on? I said, I had to call. They shut that whole damn place down. They fired 3/4 of people in there. Nobody was getting any drinks. They wasn't getting their medicine. They were cussing them. They wasn't changing them right. Some of them were sleeping with them. Some of them were playing with them, getting a little extra money out of them. They wasn't reporting the neglect the family was doing. The lady was on the floor. She wound up falling. There's some of them that got hurt, knocked their heads, stuff like that. They was in the half of it. I'm like, They're like, well, I took nursing. I'm like, I already had a bad enough experience. Couldn't I do something else? Volunteer? Well, yeah, well, you can volunteer, but it'll only be here. But you got to do this. I'm like, okay. So I got to doing it, and then they got to doing some stuff, and I wanted leaving. They had to do like a a 3-page paragraph type thing on one lady, and you can only find like this much information on her. They gave me a lady and the lady that they were talking about. They only had like a little bitty section about her, and they gave it to somebody else, and neither one of us could do it. They're like, well, if you didn't do it, you'll fail this part, and you couldn't move on. I'm like, well, I'm just switching over to another class and stuff. Never went through it. Mr. Beast, probably. I'm not shaving my beard. Yeah, yeah, I done the same thing. I was like, I don't even know how I made it this far. I'm like, it's still kind of a shock sometimes. I'm like, I'm not one for talking, but if I get going, I can. If I ignore it and just relax. I'm like, I met Karen. That's how I met. It was actually you, Scotty, Karen, and Struggle. It was Struggle stayed the longest in there. You guys chatted, but it was other people. But no, I've helped. I mean, if you had to help get hurt or something to get help changed, you don't. It's not to that, but no. It's not the point of having wet grass or change them or. It was the point of it was just neglect. I couldn't handle the neglect they were doing there. Yeah, you bought by a hospital room. Don't look in the rooms. Mm-mm, mm-mm. You'll never know what you see. Not to mind anybody's business, but I know a couple of people said they were sitting up on the edge of the bed. Old men. They said, "Yeah, that's." They're like, "Oh yeah, no, that's just Steve. He just happy. He's kind of slipped in one of his Viagra." I'm like, my mom's like, I'm like, did shut the door because my mom walked past. Was like, "Hey, that man's over here." She's like, "Oh, dang it, Steve." He gets up. He open up the door again. It's the lightning crickets. Yeah, I'm surprised I hear them. Good night, Lee. No, uh, my granny, she was up there. My mom told me about it. She said she was sitting up there in the hospital. My granny couldn't use the bathroom at the time. She was clogged. She tried to tell them down there. Well, the doctor gave her an enema. And my mom's like, "Hey, nurse, she's got to go. She's got to go. Give it a little longer. Give it a little longer." Granny's like, "Oh, I can't give it a little longer." Y'all, that nurse coming in, she's like, "Well, let me check your butt to make sure you ain't got no like oversized turd there or nothing. Lay on your side, ma'am. The doctor will be in just a second." Okay. Doctor's like, "Ma'am, I'm just gonna have to check you. She's like, "I wouldn't do that." By the time he said, "No, I had to." By the time he spread the cheeks blue, she shit all over him. She's like, poof, she's like Taco Bell, just poof. She said this poor man was like, "Ugh." She just fell like screaming. He's still getting in his mouth. The nurse that was behind him was covered in it. My mom was standing off over the side. She goes, "She told you she had to go." I quit. I'm done being a doctor. The nurse is like, I've been shit on. I've been shit on. She went running out of the room. They're like, you're spraying it in the contaminants. Get back in the room. And she started throwing up. Oh, God. You know, and all kinds of stuff. So it, that's no. I'm like, I couldn't handle being shit on. I'm good. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, this it's a balance thing with that. Hey, Kason, how are you? Yeah, yeah, I couldn't do that. No, I'm familiar with some first aid and stuff, but wait, what? On us to me for like 3 days. And the next day, I'm doing good. Hope a bear leaves you. I don't blame you. I hear you on that, Ryan. Your chat is behind. Swipe up and swipe back. Yeah, it does. You telling me? Yeah. Well, I might know one that might go into a home. I'm just kidding, y'all. I know one. That if it gets too bad, yeah. Land of Steel, how's it going? Appreciate it, there. Land of Steel. Yeah. No, I'm not. No, coon over there walking around. No, I'm not talking about her. I was talking about the other one, not your mama. The other one. Oh, ain't a problem. Yeah. Just a second. I'm gonna go get me a bottle of water right over there. I got a bottle of water right here. Hey, you seen the waters? There was just a whole bunch of them out here. Dang it. Ah, the kids got a hold of their drinking water. They must have gave it to the ducks. No, I was talking about the other one. Hey, if I gotta go, I want to go quick. I don't want to know about it, but napping on a riverbank ain't too bad, I guess. Fifth, yeah. Drinking a fit, yeah, I hear you. Mine's already degrading, so I'm halfway there. I hear you. I, yeah, I hear you. Hey, you don't quite remember when you're young, and you forget when you're old. So it's not really forgetting nobody. It's just like re-going into kid mode, so they don't like hurt as much. I guess that's why my granny explained it. She's like, I know I'm getting old. I'm not going to forget y'all, but I it's like it's like reverting back to the younger years. So you don't like remember who you are. And just come in like you came out. Go out like you came in. I'm like, damn. Well, she was like almost 100. So yeah, my stepdad had that. She'd done that to him. She knew her other son, and she knew her other son, but she couldn't remember him. Right before she died in the room, she goes, "I remember who you are, son." She goes, "But I remember the other two better because they done me wrong." And about 20 minutes later, they and, uh, and they left out of the room. I can't believe Mama said that. They're all wailing and crying and hugging the hallway. And the stepdad's like, they came back to the room after wailing about there. And she asked, I'm doing good, Felicia. Yeah, she had dementia. Um, it's kind of a weird fact, but it's kind of scare people. But you can kind of tell when a person's going to pass. I kind of seen it happen like twice. And so I was going to say something to some people that I knew that had happened, but they wouldn't have been able to handle it. He meant with a fifth of whiskey, getting drunk in a deep sleep and getting mauled by a bear. Well, not really. Good evening, there, Jimmy. How are you doing? Can't sneak up on an Indian. No, I'm celebrating 3,000 watch hours with all you nice people on YouTube. I hit 3,000 watch hours and gaining more, and I wanted to share it with y'all. I put some fancy lights in the back. No, I was gonna buy some balloons and stuff, but I was like, they ain't really seen that, so I'll give them some story time. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, See, I told you. Did you hear it? I don't know what it was. Yeah, Ryan, I worked hard. Y'all guys helped a lot. Cheers. It's tea, it's not whiskey. Hey, Karen Sites. How are you doing? I'll tell you guys about the time my stepdad, we were camping a little spot named Webb's. I know you remember it, Scotty. That little spot I was down there where I said I got a kind of whisper. There's people hunting in the area that they were bow hunting. That little waterway. I was gonna take you guys down the trail. But there's like 3 watering holes there. We used to camp on the backside of it, right near the water's edge. We sitting there and we relaxing around the fire. We didn't really get nothing that first day. We must have set up. We got there kind of late. We've caught a couple catfish on the bank line stuff we had. My stepdad, we got like 3 squirrels. He didn't. A couple of them. Well, he kept his shells. We sitting around the fire. About the time I got to go use the bathroom. He went off behind the tents and used the bathroom, come back. We had an area set up. And we come there. About the time he goes, oh, there come, oh my God, a deer's got a gun. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. He come freaking out. He's like, ah. And they're like, yeah, whatever. And about the time when he went like this, and we seen the shells hit the fire. Well, I happened to not freak out as bad because I was already in a chair and I was half comfy and about to sleep anyways, and was eating marshmallow. I'm sitting there and I seen the shells laying, and I couldn't tell they were like, y'all. I just grabbed my chair and went and flipped the chair back. Another guy did the same thing. Y'all, people went diving off in the water. They went diving over the embankments. They dove through the tent openings. They were scattering. Y'all, after he kind of got past the running and kind of stumbling part to get past the fire, and kind of straightened up. He was laughing. Y'all, I lost my mark on my damn s'more. It pissed me off. But I flipped over. His brother, he flipped his chair over. My brother, my uncle, her dad, her brother, they all run for the river. It's like 20 feet and limbs and stuff. They all had limbs and stuff that was out there. They dodged them though. They dove off in the air. It's winter time. It's like 30 something degrees. They come out. Oh, I gotta get changed real quick now. When they're changed, they're like, "Why'd you run and jump for the fire?" He laughed for another 20 minutes. I'm like, "What the hell? You made me spill my s'more. You made me lose my s'more. I'm like, "Why'd you do that? Them things not gonna explode." He's like, "No, they're not gonna explode. They they were empty." The campfire settled down. Everybody's got sitting back. One of her brothers snuck off. He took and cut the shell off and took all the pellets out. Made sure the pellets went. He walked spotted fire. He goes, bad part about it is you never know when an explosion is because you don't know if he was lying or not. And kind of like tossed his hand a little bit. Seen him toss something. And I just leaned back. And he said, yeah, the bad part about it is you don't know when somebody's going to like throw a shell, And he tossed another one with it was shot, but he closed it up and he threw it right after that. He said, yeah, the bad part about the time he Boom, he took off. Yeah, he got in trouble. They're like, what the hell? They're like, what's going on, rotisserie chicken? How's it going, Ozzy? And they're like, really? He's like, well, I'm sorry. He goes, but it sure was funny watching you guys all flip your chairs and stuff. He goes, I did it with empty shells, not to, just to. They didn't like that. They wound up doing it a couple months later again, and but it wasn't funny. Nobody freaked out that time. We got in there, sitting around the campfire. We all telling some weird stories and stuff, and they're like, my cousins, they were like 3 and 5. He's like, you guys ever hear about the Wampus Cat story? And who knows the Wampus Cat story? My stepdad's only told it once, and he was very vague about it. We knew about it, and we're just like, they're like, what are you talking about, Wampus Cat? Because, yeah, big 6'3", long arm, large fangs, kind of winged up, furry. Just, he just kept, kind of creeps around at certain times of the year. And she travels because I ain't seen him in a couple of years and stuff. He's telling me, then the whole family, they're like, biting their nails like, mm-hmm. You see a couple of them like, I don't know if he's lying. They all got up the jackets and like, you're lying. He's like, no, I'm not. And we heard something rustling in the bush. And they're like, what was that? He goes, I don't know. It's been a couple of years since I've caught a glimpse of it. No, that's like that Bigfoot thing. He's like, nah. He said it's kind of like the Rougarou or the Chupacabra. It kind of shapeshifts, He goes, I've seen it in the cat form with regular eyes, and I've seen it as a long black cat, and I've seen it as a dog here, and something rustles off in the bushes. We're like, what? He was vague to us, and we're like, oh, okay. Mind you not, we're in the camp. We got guns all around, Like a track. Okay. I'm like, I see where he's going. I'm like, something big rustles again. It moved one of the tents. We all stood back on our chairs and picked up our chairs and slid a little closer to the fire. We all did. He's standing in there. It's about the time somebody comes. We didn't see one person leave, but what they were doing, they were actually scared and they were hiding in the tent. Well, he said, well, I got to use the bathroom. So he snuck behind the tent. And about the time he went behind the tent, he was telling more of the stories, He's like, I've only seen him here and there. I know people that's got mauled by him. They come back with like large scrapes on their shoulder, large bite marks on their legs or the arm. It don't really turn into nothing, but it's kind of a vicious creature. About the time we didn't know, the guy went behind the tent while he was back there using the bathroom. He was scared. He had his light on. About the time something let out a god-awful scream. I don't know if it's a bobcat or a panther, but it let out a god-awful scream. Y'all, this damn camp, like, immediately, like, went for the guns, We just, oh my God, he freaked him out. He was just telling the story. He took off for his gun. About the time that dude come barreling out from the tent, I think it was his stepson. Yeah, his name was Ben. He comes stumbling out. That's the one that, yeah, it was him. He comes stumbling. He got scared. He comes rustling through the bushes. We didn't make it to the guns. When we heard him coming, it's like made us run the opposite way there for a second, because we didn't know what it was actually coming out. He come out, oh my God, like that. And he doves between the tent, he rolls, he's crawling away. He's screaming, the Whopping Scat done got me. The Whopping Scat done got me. He's like there, and he's got a couple scratch marks. Oh my God. Oh God, it's done got me. Oh God, I'm dying. And he goes over and he falls down. And what had happened, the branches, when he heard it scream, he went by it and it scratched his neck a little bit. Boy, he freaked him out. He had to have somebody walk with him for the next week that we were out there to use the bathroom. We had to somebody had to walk with him, hold the light around and shine where he would use the bathroom. He was that scared. Mind you not, he was in his almost 18 years old. I still went and used the bathroom by myself. Yeah, he freaked him out. Yeah, but boy, we were running for the guns because we heard it scream, but he come barreling out just at the right time. No, sir, that was a no bueno. What's going on, Ezra? Yeah, something like a skinwalker. Yeah, but he just, I don't know what screamed. I don't know if it was a bobcat or a panther. But when it screamed, it just right, y'all. It just hit the boom. He come barreling out. He didn't tell that story no more. He didn't tell it. He didn't tell that one no more. It got him too. Because he wasn't expecting it to scream and all of that happened. It was more or less just story time. Just something new. He never told that one before. No more. Appreciate it. I stayed with my cousin and them. Right after Thanksgiving, they wanted me to come over and eat with them. My two other cousins. I got a large family, y'all. And my aunt made a turkey and I'll say turkey. I mean water. And she made a turkey, some dressing, potato salad and stuff. Well, she was given the potato salad. And she made the turkey and the macaroni and cheese. Y'all, I went home the next day. I purposely started stuff. I literally was bad just to get grounded to go home. My mom was like, what are you doing? I was like, well, why are you home? Well, he was being bad and everything. But the night before, we ate my mom and ate it somewhere else. But she's like, we ate the next night. We ate turkey. This turkey was so bad, y'all. It didn't even have turkey flavor. I drank water to get the water flavor turkey out of my mouth. The water had better flavor. The potato salad was okay because somebody else made it. The cookies were okay. The broccoli was plain. The macaroni and cheese was plain. She didn't believe in putting any seasonings in the stuff. It was great just the way it was. Y'all, I've never had a bad turkey until that day. I was purposely bad to go home. My mom, she waited, she left. She's like, you around? I'm like, I ain't even argue. Y'all, I just went in the room sitting there. I know I was in trouble. I was that bad. I'm like, oh, okay. They're like, one said that's like, wait, she leaves it there. You gonna get it. Like, okay. He's like, that's about like you, son. Smart ass. I'm like, oh, whatever. They had left. She's like, hey, son, come in here. He's like, why'd you do that? I told him, I said, I was starving. I couldn't eat no more of the turkey. And she goes, it was that bad? I'm like, it was that bad. She's like, you're lying. I was like, when have you ever known me to go off and start trouble with family's house? Very rare because you always got rowdy with the other ones when they were rowdy. I was like, okay. So I'm like, there you go. So like, is that why you came home? I'm like, yeah, I couldn't handle it no more. She goes, you literally used water to get rid of the turkey. Like, yeah, I really did. She's like, wait. I was like, remember that time I told you I had grilled cheese at Old Charlie's? It was the restaurant she worked at. She goes, yeah, that leather hamburger you told me about. I said, she cooked it. She goes, what? She goes, nuh-uh. She called her up. She goes, hey, do you remember working at Old Charlie's? She goes, yeah. You remember the school that came in there? She goes, yeah. She goes, yeah, Jay ate there. She goes, did the waiter come back and told us that told me that my hamburgers are so bad they taste like grilled shoe? She goes, he's the one that told me that. She goes, you also fed him a water turkey, didn't you? Always complaining about my turkey. It was so delicious. I was like, I'd rather eat dirt off the ground outside. She's like, oh, whatever. I'm like, no, she's like, let me speak to him. How how dare you be rude? And her kids finally spoke up. She goes, no, mom, your food is gross. Give me, can you at least put a little salt on something or something? Her husband's like, yeah. Can you please season something? He goes, you need to get your taste buds scraped or something. They finally spoke up. I was like, I've never had stuff that bad. I felt bad, but y'all, I couldn't help it. Nope. So that's the last time ate at her house. I don't even think I got. Yeah, I didn't even get picked back up to go there to spend the night anymore. Well, I'm not gonna watch somebody that's don't like my cooking. She had to feed her kids, so she fixed that and did that part. So she actually started cooking with some seasoning and stuff. Her mom was like, about damn time you started putting flavor in your food. Geez, I barely stomached the last stuff. I'm like, I was like, your mama even got you on there and she barely can cook. She's like, wait, hey. I'm like, tell her how it is. I'm like, you know, uh, we cooked fried chicken. We was at my mom's house growing up. My grandma come over. She liked my mom's fried chicken. Everybody did. Well, she had fried chicken in one spot, in a one colander, and alligator meat in another one. And the colanders were labeled. Well, somebody turned the labels around, and the alligator leg and the meat looked like the chicken legs and stuff. And my grandma was like, "Hey, you mind if we have some chicken, or I have a chicken leg?" She said, "Yeah, but yeah, go ahead. You know which one's which." Yeah, I'll read the label or whatever. So she just like, she wanted switching labels from one was green and one was brown. One had chicken in it and one was alligator. But she wound up swapping the labels because the gator meat was a little bit more than the chicken legs. So she put it in the bigger one to hold more, and she switched the labels, and the labels got turned backwards. So she stretched out, oh, chicken. No. She's like, oh, you mind if I have another piece? She's like, sure, why not? She races down there. She's like, whoop, whoop. Mm, mm. She didn't look right the bones. She just set the bones down on the plate. She got it out in there. And she set the bone down on the plate. She didn't look down at the plate. And my mom turned around. She's like, what? She goes, which colander did you get those out of? She's like, the colander. She goes, the browns. That's alligator meat. She goes, you better not have, you didn't say what I said. Think you just said. She goes, yeah, that was alligator meat. She goes, I don't eat wild game of any kind. It's chicken, pork, and beef. That's it. I don't think so. She goes, you would just eat alligator meat. By the time her cheeks swelled up, she like to throw up, but she swallowed it back. She's like, oh, don't worry. You just ate it. Calm down. You know, all sick and stuff. She's like, are you dead? She's like, no. She's like, how you know it's alligator meat? I come walking by. I said, look at the bones on your plate. I said, that's the chopped off part from the portion of the alligator leg. Oh God, she liked the loss. She goes, how do you know? I said, we just, got one. What? Oh, she turned green and had to get up. She left. Our daughters had to tow her to help her to the car. She liked the fainting and stuff. All right, Felicia, welcome back in. Appreciate you. Well, I know not to eat at your house anymore. I was like, okay. Like a month later, she come back out, fried chicken, alligator meat. She didn't bother separating it out. She just put it all in one column. She bought a bigger thing and put it all in there. She goes, I wanted more chicken. Go ahead. It's in that bowl. It's okay. It's just chicken, right? Mom's like, yep, just chicken. Okay. Reach down in it and get. Now you can see the two little portions of the leg are not the end of a chicken leg if you ever seen one, which I'm pretty sure everybody has. She ate away, boy. Just eat away. Set it out, grabbed her another one. Whoop, whoop, whoop. She went, oh my God. She's like, how many times have you not paying attention? She goes, you told me it was only chicken in there. She goes, yeah, I figured I'd lie to you. Oh, you don't eat it before, you can eat it again. That's not going to kill you. My grandpa come out. He's like, he come out. She called him to come out. He's, hey, Grandpa, how you doing? Doing all right? And, she walks in the house. She's like, Thurman? He's like, what the hell are you calling me by that name for? Your daughter done fed me alligator meat. He goes, again. He goes, again? He goes, old woman. That's what he called her, old woman. He goes, you just ate at the house 20 minutes ago. He goes, took you down here. She goes, you know I like Joyce's chicken. That was my mom's name. She's like, yeah. He goes, you reach in your icebox. He goes, Mommy reaches in there, he sets it out on the table. He goes, damn chicken leg, damn alligator leg, chicken leg, alligator leg, chicken leg, alligator leg. He goes, see the bottoms of them? Don't look right, do they? Nope. Okay then. Shuck needs another one. He's like, well, and sticks the alligator meat in her mouth. She's like, well, I guess I'll get over it. And they didn't do that anymore, so it was hilarious. How's it going, Amber? Y'all, she's just like, oh. We used to, it was funny. We got where it was out of the alligator legs because we didn't make very many of them. And we quit making those and we've chopped the alligator bites. I loved alligator meat. Anything else, if that was the only thing to eat on earth, I'd eat it every day. Never be tired of it. So we cut it up in bitlets, cut up chicken, and the breast, and fried them. They come back out there. The littler ones are my other cousins. Oh, I want some chicken. They're like, no, we're not eating here. They eat wild animals, which they led out in the mountain area. I was like, yay, we eat wild game. We go out there and shoot it. We survive. What's wrong with we're only pork and well, this is fried chicken. Oh, really? All right. Only thing it is fried chicken. I lied to them, y'all. They eat it. They should have known. We cooked it. So they wound up eating alligator meat. We shared. Everybody ate. That chicken was so good. Man, that was the best I've had. Hey, son, can you put the alligator colander up? She switched it back. Can you put what left of the alligator meat up? You guys done ate and they done ate it. So I'm just gonna just give me it so I can put the rest of the chicken bites in there. What? Yeah, she like freaked out. Salcon? Never heard of it. Chainsaw like place? What's going on, Creek? Like that's what your mama said when she was on these nuts. Your mama's breath smells like Tic Tac. Of course, your daughter's sucking on. I'm sorry, y'all. My bad. Got him. Much. You ever seen that YouTube short where the kid was walking his mom and his dad, and the kid come walking by, he's like, your ranger's the size as a Tic Tac. And the kid goes, yeah, that's why your mama's breath smells so good all the time. Mic drop, turn around and walk. What? His mom's like, hey. His dad is like, yeah, that's my boy. That one was hilarious. I know. Hey, Crick, you ever seen trees? Trees nuts? Appreciate it, Mary. Miss Turner. How are you doing tonight? What are we having for supper? I'm hungry. Story time's making me hungry. I don't mention alligator meat, y'all. Made me hungry. I know. Trees. Trees nuts. Chicken balls. Hey, I ain't lying. That's a pecan tree. I wasn't being dirty. It is a pecan tree. I got a black walnut tree in the backyard. It's pretty good. Hard to get the meat out of it. I hear you. I'm wired up myself. Well, I'll be wired up most of the night now. And French fries? French fries? I'm not. Yeah. Pro tip for y'all. The popcorn chicken balls you guys can buy in the store that comes in a pack. If they say toaster oven them. They say bake them in the oven. Don't fry them. Don't fry them at all. My wife was cooking and my son was in there. And he went to eat one. She fried them. But when he went to eat one, it exploded. Boom, like popcorn. She got to frying. She got some of them out and let them cool. They were fine. But she went to scoop some out of the pan and move. They were like popcorn. They just started blowing up. They were shooting all over the room. They were going all the way into our living room. We're like, hey. My son's like, oh, you got popcorn balls? Yeah. He's like, he didn't run out of the room. He's like, you're toaster oven them, right? Yeah, we're not frying them no more. Are you sure? We're like, yeah. He's like, he dive, duck, and dodged and run to his room. He's like, I'm out. Yeah, they explode literally, y'all. They like pop, like they have popcorn in the center of them, like just blow up all over the place. I'm like, no, they really do, y'all. No. Oh, I got in there cooking with my kids, girls and stuff. They're like, I told them, I said, don't get too close. The grease is getting hot. Well, I kind of shielded them from it one day. It splashed me in the face. They're like, did that burn? I'm like, yeah, a little bit. You know, I got it on my hands. It splashed me. Well, my one of my second oldest daughter, she's standing there one day, and a grease popped and hit her in the arms. Y'all, she shrieked and run off. Didn't burn her or nothing, just like touched her, just like little bitty, like two little bitty itty bitty dots, like touched her skin. Y'all, she run off. I don't know how you do it. Ah! I'm going downstairs. My wife's like, what happened? Like two little drops of grease which just laying on her arm. Didn't even leave a red mark or nothing. She's like, burns. She's like, I just watched him get splashed in the face and everything. Mr. Whisk, I'm outside. I'm all right. Hey, Cream, how are you doing? So yeah, she sees Grace. She's like, nah. She helped me make the pot roast. She helps me make the pot roast and some other stuff. You gotta watch kids. I'll give them a dole, not a dole knife, but a knife to care. And she chop it up. I got to talking and helping her. Man, I'm talking about it with fingernails with one time. That knife gonna glance my fingernails. I'm like, here, sweetheart. What? She's like, what? I was like, you're done. Well, I was like, why are you sending her in the way? I'm like, oh, I was like, I almost cut the tip of my finger off. She's like, what? Well, I was like, thank God I had my fingers bent. I can't. She seen the knife mark catch part of my fingernail. She's like, ooh. She's like, no, 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 no. I'm like, nah. Appreciate you for your service, dear. I hear you. I hear you on that, Amber. We speaking of that, me and my brother-in-law, my wife and was pregnant at the time, and his wife was pregnant a couple months later, or right before hers. We got to fishing. We were fishing at the big lake I wanted to take y'all to. We fished at the rivers and stuff. Y'all, his wife ate Taco Bell. The porter potty that was in that area at one time was like 300 yards away. She used the bathroom, y'all. We had to completely quit fishing and move to somewhere else. It was that bad. We went to the Bear Lake. That's the big lake around here. We sit there, man. My brother-in-law was like, well, we're going to go ahead and go fishing. We're going to fish down here at the bottom of the dam. That's always been a kind of a decent fishing spot. It wasn't that day. Now, you can either walk down the trail and go down beside the thing and slowly, gradually go, or go up the big steep hill, then go up and go around. And we didn't think about it and walked straight down the hill. They had to walk 300 more yards down, circle down a little ditch line, walk down beside the trees and walk in. We didn't think. We got there we got to doing some stuff. He's like, well, we're going to go fishing at the top. Okay. We There was uh, a cold, not the damn close that culvert pipe we had to get up on. So you had to back to the end of the culvert pipe or pretty close to it and take off and run up the 300 foot. It was like steep hill. We took off. Vroom. Hey, Can you bring me that one thing that starts with an 9 and it's got two M's with it? Like really fast? It's green and tan, kind of I can't show it on film, but uh, I'm not alone anymore. Just put it this way. Yeah, we took and run up the thing. Yeah, I hear you. But yeah. No, I got two big panthers in the yard, and literally right over there, one just jumped out of a tree. I caught the ass end of it. Sorry about the language, y'all. Literally. Um, be right back, y'all. Sorry. I bought. Hey, I watched it. I watched her ass. I watched her ass in from my ass. Yeah, here, kitty, 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 kitty. I ain't no joke, y'all. The light don't even reach over there. Yeah, yeah, alone but not alone. Yeah, no joke. Wow. Oh, where was I? Yeah, it's just one tonight. I hope one's fine. I can list out for it, but the other one comes out. But no. Yeah, this is not the only time I've been out here when she's been around. I've been less than 5 feet. She's about 20 at a time. I'm having chicken bites and something else. But what'd you have tonight, Karen? Who? No, I got a big panther. It's a big cat that's around the yard. Yeah. Oh, calm down. Better you than me. We had jambalaya, corn, cob, ring. Nice. Nice meeting you too. Take care. Yeah. Nah. It'll be alright. As long as there's one, it's alright. You might hear a scream just only like right over there. You heard what? Oh, her off over there? Yeah. That's what's walking around over there. You can hear like limb snaps and stuff. It jumped out of the tree. I got one behind me, and it's like a cleared area, swing set, pecan tree, pecan tree, pecan tree, pecan tree, another pecan tree. Yeah, just tell me if you see anything tan coming up behind me. Small and tan, but big and tan's not good. Nice. Damn, Scotty, that sounds good. I ain't had no mush meat. I'll try it. I've had elk before. It was okay. See, it comes around and it leaves. I appreciate it, Miss Lee. No, I sit out here sometimes. It comes around. Yeah, I got some chickens. They went up. The duck was quacking and stuff over there. Ain't quacking no more. It heard it jump down. It's like, see, nope. Nah, I'm not saying nothing. Crickets are still chirping, so I know it's not good. No, it's not a black one. They're both tan. Uh, hey, well, it ain't funny. They say there ain't no back Florida Panthers, but they are. I've seen more than two. What's going on, Anti? Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's enough light behind me, so it's much. I don't think I'm going to go too much longer, anyways. Hey, it's It's going all right. Out here hanging out with y'all, trying to on this nice evening. Oh, I wanted to give a tip to y'all. You guys out in the woods, you ain't got a bathroom around. You guys want to camp, and you got two close trees. If you're taking measure out your trees and go a little further, and take you some type of oh no, I wouldn't do bungee strap, rope, tether cord, or nails, or something to tie the two limbs up. Tie the tree limb behind the tree and in front of the tree. Keep them about a decent size trees where it's not too far. And take y'all guys a toilet seat and make it a few feet off the ground. If you got to hop up a little bit, just about 24 inches off the ground or so. You can sit comfortably a little higher than that. Dig your hole up at the bottom. Zip tie your toilet seat to the tree, and you got a toilet. Just put you up a tarp or something. If you got plenty of bushes, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Safety first. I'll uh, I'll run behind the camera if you catch my drift. It might get loud, it might not. I don't know. If I can hit the mute button, I will. But no, she right over there. She's not moved no more, so she's either watching or in a grassy spot, which I don't think she's in a grassy spot. That's why I keep leaves around sometimes. I ain't heard her run behind me, so she must be sitting there. Yeah, that or 5 gallon bucket. Oh, I'm talking if you didn't want to tote the 5 gallon bucket and use the 5 gallon bucket. Then you got to dump the 5 gallon bucket. It's a little bit more sanitary than have to wash a turd out the thing, you know. That's a coon over there. Maybe she'll eat a coon. That'd be pretty cool on camera. See a Panama coon. I found right over here beside me, right over there on the dirt, like right there. I found patches of coon fur on the ground from it, eating them one. Yeah, plastic bags. Yeah, I found little patches of hair from coons. She's like, "What is that?" I was like, "This is coon fur." My kid's like, "I found this goopy stuff that looks like fur." I'm like, "That's coon fur." We found it all over the yard, just mauled it. I'm like, "It's like, what's doing now?" I'm like, "That panther." I've seen her on top of the house, out the windows and stuff. No, he's not. He, he heard it and went quiet. So he's like, I ain't saying nothing no more. He ain't even made another noise. The frogs are starting to chirp again. The crickets ain't stopped, so it's there, but she ain't really moving. So common woods knowledge. You don't know when it's there, but you know it's there, but you don't know it's there. She's watching you, and I'm watching for it. I'm listening. So no offense to people that's from the city, but if I was from the city sitting here in the country part, hear that, I wouldn't be sitting here. No, I got actual wood knowledge that, hey, I know I'm good. I know. So, no, the duck's not up. The other one's not up. Run. Why? No, I'm not going to run. Probably. I'll walk fast. Probably run. I hear you. Listen to the crickets. Crickets and the frogs in the background. Hey, I got a dark spot, so I am going to put up more lights around the yard. Which, damn. No, I ain't seen him. I ain't seen him since day before yesterday. That's my big orange cat. Nah, she would come out of that tree right over there. I got a tree that's kind of like this one that goes up and goes over and goes over. And she came off near the shed thing I got over there. It's hot. What's going on, Gabriella? How are you doing? Thank you for coming in. Enjoy. Just sitting out here telling some stories, watching out for a big giant kitty cat. Hey, if I could pet it, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I'm one of those. A cat's a butthole. If you let me scratch him, I'm okay with it. I don't mind big orange cats or a black cat, so he comes out and I can pet it. I'm fine with it, and I'll just train it. Trick is not to be afraid. Appreciate it, Gabriella. The fishing cat, he's doing good. He's healing up. He's not red or that. He's scabbed over in this real deep spots. He's cleaned himself. He's healing. He's getting fed plenty. My girls are like, "Ooh, kitty cat, hmm? Feed, feed, feed." Steve the fishing cat. I've asked him. Captain Steve or Steve the fishing cat. He responded better with the Steve the fishing cat. She calls him Captain Steve. What you, I look old and I look slow, but I'm not. I'm really not. To Captain. Yeah. Excuse me, folks. Captain, oh Captain. Captain Steve. We got a spot down here that I fish up. We've been to a couple times. We've tried fishing there. You can fish off the outsides of it. You can catch fish, but there's a spot you can go up to. You can sit there. It's got no, I'm not that old. No, and we was sitting there. We was riding up, and he's like, "You guys want to go see this deep hole?" I'm like, "Deep hole?" I'm like, "Sure." We got over there. He's like, "It's really deep here." He goes, "I even wear a life jacket." He put on his life jacket. We wore a life jacket. He's like, "But you're not taking off your life jacket here. It's really deep." He goes, "I got 100-foot anchor rope. I mean, 40. I mean, almost 50 feet of rope on my anchors." And he's like, he let his anchor down, and it was 50 feet. He rolled it back up and put it back. He's like, "I want to see how deep this hole is. You guys, you guys, you boys want to come back and explore it?" Sure. Well, he goes, "I want to tie my anchor, but I want to get there. I'm not wanting to cut it. I just want to untie my anchor and tie that rope and extend it." We put another 50 feet, so exactly, we measured exactly 50 feet plus the anchor. So it's like 51 feet because the anchor is almost a foot. And we lowered it and lowered it. It got all the way to the thing. It never touched bottom. We went back and put another 50 feet on there and tried again, and we still couldn't reach the bottom of it. That was literally 150 feet, and was like, he's like, "It's that deep." "No, I'm good." I'm like, "Whoa, that's it." Yeah, like, this is real deep. He says, "I ain't caught no fish over this spot, but I can move." It was a big area. It was a big area. We went in, we fished on the outskirts of it, caught real nice catfish and stuff. We didn't ever go back. It's 150 feet of cord straight. Nah, we didn't go back there no more. He's like, "That's even too deep." Like, like for like a sinkhole. We left and went up to another spot. I don't know how somebody drove a bus back through the woods, but they got a bus back there. We visited it and got off and looked around, looked at the bus. The bus was put together and everything. It was some seats and stuff like that. They had one outside you can sit on to like get out of the rain with. We sit there fish. We caught some really nice catfish, some really nice ones. Caught a couple more bluegill. Moved down, moved around. He goes, I want to show you guys a spot with a bunch of alligators. He goes, all right, okay, we're fine. We went in, went down, went in, went into a lake area off of creek. We call it the camp site. Where we got older, sitting there, we went down creeping in. I took her down in there a couple times. My son's been down in there. My brother, my nephew, and all of them. And we got down in there, and he's like, my stepdad's like, just mind the edge of the boat. The gators pop up everywhere. We're like, okay, sure. You know, we're figuring 5, 10 alligators tops. So we going down. It's a creek depth. You can see the bottom all in through. Stopped fish, caught a couple fish, moved on down, caught a couple fish, threw some back. Caught a couple bowfin, threw them back. Couple jackfish, couple gar, threw them back. Got in the open areas, paddled out. Some really nice brim, few more catfish, nice flathead. Kept some of those, threw some back, and got down there. And he goes, all right, just sit out in the open. We're just going to sit still, okay? We can throw our rods in the water. He said, but sit still. I want you guys to see something. It's pretty cool. Okay. Y'all sit there. The gator was just everywhere. We seen a minimum of 50. We quit counting after 50. It was from this big to 10 foot and bigger, They just popped all around. He's like, what do you think about this? We're like, okay. He's like, this ain't even all of them that's in here. We're like, what? Yeah, this ain't even all of them that's in here. He goes, I don't want to push it no more than this with y'all in here. So we left out. We fished for a bit, caught a couple of them. We reeled in some, and the gators come for the boat. He's like, nah, we're just going to go ahead and leave. Because the splash of a pretty decent sized fish kind of made them turn and come a little bit. They didn't get too close. We fired up the boat and drove out. He's like, nah, we're going to leave out there. He's like, that ain't even all of them that's in there. So we left and went down. We caught a couple more fish. We wound up leaving. Me and him went back. He's like, you mind if we go down to the property area? No, go ahead. He goes, I don't want to run my motor. The water's a little low. We can paddle. So I got on the front. I paddled us down in. He fished out in the back. I didn't know he wasn't paddling. I paddled all the way down 300 feet of a little canal. Every now and then, I paddle, look down, there'd be an alligator skirting off. He's like, you all boy. I'm like, get in there. We fished the mouth of the open area. I'm sitting there fishing. And I see an alligator laying here, big one, big one. A few more pop up. We're fishing. He's facing it backwards. About the time, y'all, there was double the alligators that was in there when we all was in there. He's like, yeah, I figured you want to see that. Because I did like alligators. We sitting in there and stuff. What's going on, Crystal? Yeah, but we got in. We sat out on the bow of the boat. I sat there and fished off the front. Fished, caught a couple nice ones. He saw it. Let's motor in because it was deep enough for the spot. Let's motor in. So he fired up the motor over. The gators went down, which we went with between two submerged logs. It was like an acre and a half lake. It was about an acre, acre and a half there. Then it went over and it had more water beyond it, but it divided off and it had some over there. The banks were kind of steepish. He goes, I want to sit back and we've got the fishing, catch some nice bluegill, some shell cracker. I'm talking shell cracker like that, the nice ones. We got there, we got there. He goes, all right, the bilgar. There was a buttload of bilgar down there. He's like, ah, dang it, the bilgar are around. Careful with your line because they'll steal your bait. I'm like, yeah, I know. So we got there, got the fishing. He goes, son, I think there's too many alligators around. I wasn't paying attention. I was reeling a few more fish. He's like, hey, look. Damn near all the water out front. I wasn't paying attention. I was fishing next to the boat, next between the boat and a downed tree, pulling fish from decent sized ones, y'all. I was turned away. He's like, no, I think there's too many alligators. He's like, I think we need to motor out. Wish the waters rose up some. I'm like, what? He's like, hey, yeah, look. And I'll say, they're eating a bilgar. I'm like, well, they're eating a bilgar. They got something to eat. And he's like, no, that's too many. I was like, all right, no problem. I reeled him my anchor, reeled him my line. You know, I'm not really paying attention out front. He's uncomfortable, you know, I'm good with it. So we get out and move off. I look up and go to move out to tell you, hey, that tree's there. You got to go this way a little bit. By the time I looked up, there was gators. They were everywhere. They were like every 4 or 5 feet apart. They were from 6-footers, 10-footers, 11-footers. They was 12-footers. They were just all different sizes out there, just facing the boat. He's like, mm-mm. He goes, I said, I've seen a lot of them, and I know it was more than the 50 that I seen the last time. But we got still, and we got quiet, and we're just reeling the fish, which the fish wasn't making a loud splashing, but they got to chasing those gar in there, and they were eating them. And as some of them were eating them, the more that popped up. Mm-mm. He's like, oh. He's like, thank God that we motored out. He even trimmed the motor to hold it up to get it just. He's like, oh, too many. Oh, damn. We went down in there with my little one boat. Shoot, they've probably more alligators than that lake down there. No joke, y'all. That was a bunch. He's like, some of them had heads that wide. Some of them were like that. Some were, you know, just various sizes. Me, a couple years ago, me and my nephew and my brother went down in there. I had to paddle the boat. He paddled too. And we got down in there. We had the motor trimmed up. We got down there. We couldn't fish off the side because his boat was way wider than the other one. And the canal kind of narrowed off. We got down there fishing. Caught a nice bowfin. Caught another nice catfish. A couple brim and bluegill. They wasn't nowhere near as many as gators down in there as it used to be. And we sitting there, my nephew's sitting there, he's like, well, how about with bass fish? I'm like, no, not down in here. There won't be no bass up in this part. I said, it's too many alligators. Well, all right. He got to doing there. Well, he was throwing out and he hooked my brown, he hooked this hat. He hooked it by the back and took it off in the water. And he's like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I wet your hat. And he reeled it in. And by the time he got to reel it in, the gator swiped for my hat. It scared him. He like to flipped off the back side of the boat. He got it really in. He's like, oh my God, a gator almost got your hat. I'm like, yeah, I know. I seen that. I got my hat tapped off the water, put it on. I got over there. I said, you want to see something pretty cool? He said, what? I said, hey, you ever seen an alligator nest? No. I've seen little alligators and the big ones you showed me. I said, look over there. I said, you see the bank? I said, you see that mound with some sticks and stuff out of it? He said, yeah. I said, watch it. He goes, why? I said, watch. And every now and then you'll see a little baby gator nuzzle its way out of the dirt and crawl over and you know, no, 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 no noise. And mama come up out of the water, grab a few of them, and come out. She'll dig some, and there. He's like, I never thought I'd see that. I'm like, I said, there you go. There's something you never see again in your life, probably. My brother's like, them alligators hatching? Sure are. There was about 50 of them. They're like, we watched it for there. Hey, Cave. Hey, AK Fishing. Hey, RD. Welcome back in. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. We got down there. We fished for a while, sat around, watched the little babies come out. He's like, we're only about 20 yards. Brother, untie the limb. To untie it off the limb. We floated out, floated over, took some pictures of them. The mom kind of turned. He's like, I'm not going to get no more closer. He was close enough where he can grab a limb and he held on. We watched him for a little bit. Just storytelling. Ryan! So we got out, we come back, we motored up and motored out. And we had to turn off the motor and I had to pedal the rest of the way out. We got right out right before it got swift. We had to maneuver the boat around over a log. I had to push it down on the boat pedals. And he had to push and stuff. And we got out right at the deep spot, went to fire it up. About that time, a big 11-footer come up beside the boat and splashed a little bit. Shit, my nephew, he shrieked. We ain't never heard him shriek like this. Oh my God! He just, no. I'm like, what? He's like, that was a big alligator. He was too close. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, you going live later, Ryan? Yeah, story time from Ethiopia country, which we motored down. We was coming back in, and we happened to see a duck about 50 yards downriver. He was flying downriver. We was cruising. I told my nephew, I bet you we can catch that duck. He's like, nah, I don't think so. His dad was right. He's like, we can catch that duck. He's like, I don't think we can catch that duck. Y'all, we laid a throttle to it. We took off on the boat. The duck was like at 60 yards. We caught up to that duck. We was looking over, me and him. We were all looking over on a straightaway. We're looking over at the duck. It's like it wasn't even moving. He goes, I ain't even at full throttle yet. And the duck's like flapping and looking over at us. And out of instinct, I went, and I kind of flipped the duck off, just being funny. I flipped the duck off and said, we gone. About the time I said that, he ramped down on a little bit more on the throttle. Shit, that duck looked like he wasn't even moving. He was like home. My nephew's like, that duck didn't even stand a chance. He's like, he gone. Yeah, no fishing there. All right, it's no problem. Appreciate you for coming in, Ryan. And congrats to you on your 3,000. I know it's a little late. I don't know when you hit yours, but congrats on it too. Yeah, we could do that. Get Scotty on his live, split screen me, and split screen you on there. That would be pretty epic. Fine, you're still here. Yeah, it would. Hell yeah. Yeah. Hey, you never know getting over there chatting, get me standing out in the water waist deep. You guys surrounded by snow. You been here listening, thing? I'm sorry if I say nobody's name in chat or that. I get in a story mode sometimes. Yeah, it would be. Uh, yeah, I ain't heard the mood no more. So I got a dog barking. Just a second. Ah, right, no problem. I heard a weird noise. Sound like a kitten. Not a kitten kitten. A mama cat kitten. I was just making sure I didn't hear it no more. So if you hear me go silent and look off that way, that's more my good ear than this ear. Yeah, you good. Did you get some new content put back up thing? I don't know if you answered me the last time I asked. Hmm. Yeah, I just stuck those up to keep my back lit up. I got a little light. Speaking of a little light, it's just a little bitty magnet square light. Just three different little modes on there. Powered by three little AAA batteries. That light's been lasts as long as some of my other ones. Yeah, I just threw them up. I just wrapped it around in there. My kids see me like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm gonna be out on the live." So they're like, "Okay, nice. I'll keep an eye out for it." Yo, I'm getting hungry. She's probably in there like, "I'm hungry. I know you're hungry." I know she done eat. Oh, ain't no problem. You've been watching me in there. I try to get everybody I can. So I know I had to remind her to remind myself, and remind her to remind myself one time. I finally got to it. I was like, I've been seeing you, and I was like, I need to check out his channel. And there, was that an MTD, that long brown car? I'm pretty sure. I think it was, or was it a caddy? That long brown one. Chicken bites and something else. Chicken breast chopped up with some seasonings. I'm not cooking no popcorn chicken. No, that stuff's explosive. Really is. I like to get out in the middle of nowhere and buy some Tannerite. Yeah. I want to get. I want to buy me some tannerite. I ain't gonna do it around here. It'll all be around here. Tannerite's an explosive, but it's legal to do, so you can buy it from your sports stores. I've seen it in a couple stores. So I ain't got no reason for it around here, but I'm country enough where if I can get out in an open area and somebody say, "Hey, I need a stump removed," I'm buying 100 pounds of it, or buying 10, 15 pounds. It'll take 2 pounds to remove it, but or to loosen the soil up to get it out. But you got to go big or go home. So that's gonna be at least there, and you should get back as far as you can, about 100 yards, 50. Ignite it by gunpowder. Boom! It won't be on a live though. It'll be on a video. I like to do that once. Take this refrigerator. Hey, I wonder if I could get a hold of it. Nah, he probably won't let me. No, no, last no. I couldn't go do that there. Yeah, I watched some people do that off of some lives, not on lives, but their channel, and blew up some refrigerators. I was seeing a washing machine and something, and they're only like 40 yards, and they're putting 10, 15, and 30 pounds of tannerite and shooting it. I'm like, that's a 500-pound object that's going at a velocity of over 100 miles an hour, 40 yards. You're going to get almost hit by it, if not a little bit of shrapnel within the 40-yard radius. I'm like, I'm watching. I'm like, he's too close. He's fixing to almost die. And it might kill him. It might not. So the channel's posted, so he's good. And about the time he shot, and when it did, it boom, and part of the refrigerator, the bottom part of the refrigerator door, come whizzing by him. He's like, whoa, and the refrigerator's like on his GoPro. He's like, oh my god! And by the time this stuff started falling, it's like, it was too close. I'm too close. Of course, they wound up shooting another. They wound up shooting Yeah, I know, right? They wound up shooting the dryer. It blew the door past him. It took out the camera. So, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end her down here in a minute. Yeah, I know, right? No, I'm gonna wind her down. I gotta She's not over on the side no more. She's off over near my garden now. So yeah, she's off over in the tree lines. I want to thank every one of y'all that's been in here. You guys are awesome. I really do appreciate everybody that's been in here. Thanks for the help for the 3,000 and plus more. Yeah, no, I'm hungry, and the big panther that was off over here that jumped out of a tree earlier, she kind of meandered her way near the wood lines next to the house. So it's not that I gotta leave here through the darkness. So, and I caught a glimpse over there. So that's a good thing. I see a little better in the dark than to do the light. I can see in the light, but I got enough light to where I could see over that way. So. She's over there, and no, I gotta walk through a pretty dark spot. Sincerely, y'all, thanks for helping with 3,000 watch hours and tuning in and listening to my random stories. Yeah, y'all have a good night. Appreciate y'all for coming in. I really do. Thank you, Karen, Scotty, Thang, Struggler, Spurfy, Alan, Black Wolf. I know some of them's not in. It's just if somebody catches it or whatever. Savage, Ryan, if you're still in, Fish Tough, AK. Yeah, you guys appreciate it a lot. I'm gonna end her down and probably run my way to the house. Thank y'all. Y'all have a great night. Good night, Karen, Scotty, y'all. Anybody else on there that I don't know the names of, so y'all guys are awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in to Jay's live at night. Those eyes. No. It'd be creepy if it would, wouldn't it, huh? Good night, y'all.